Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. It's a pleasure to see you all. My name is Dustin Cormier, and we are being joined today with my live audience to be pursuing a Tropical Vedic style free astrology chart reading session. So everybody who's watching live, feel free to join in. You have come at the right time. You are here to be hanging out with me to do a free astrology style reading, also known as a cold reading. So for those of you who've already been checking out my channel for a long time, you guys know what this is about. Hello, Kimberly. Hello, Konstantinos Avram. Hello, D's Nuts. And hello, Omnist Gangster Enlightenment. Nice to have you guys here. And it's nice to see you for your first time at this type of reading. As you can see, I try to talk to people live. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time in an intro. I often do that. I'm a Tropical Vedic astrologer. And as a Tropical Vedic astrologer, there are things that tropical astrologers abide by. There are ways of thinking for a Tropical Vedic astrologer that are slightly different than typical Western astrologers, as well as typical Vedic astrologers. A Vedic astrologer is someone who uses the Indian tradition of astrology. So Indian astrology abides by certain things that the typical Western astrology doesn't. There's a lot there. There's a whole lot that we could talk about it. Now, a screen that I like to display Are we still frozen here, folks? Works now. All right. Okay. Well, that's really annoying. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen too much. But thank you, everybody. It's nice to see you all helping me out here on my live when things go wrong, as they sometimes do. Now, I don't know where we got into that little conversation there. Awesome. Hey, Silver. Hello, Marina, Toxica, Lugas. We got a few hanging with us here. So anyway, the whole thing I was getting at here is that Tropical Vedic astrology puts importance to the signs being connected to the chakras and the rulers of the signs being connected to the chakras. We've got the top chakra up here, throat chakra, heart chakra of Venus, solar plexus of Mars, Svadhisthana of Jupiter, and then Saturn holds the root chakra. It's important for us all in this age of Pluto and Aquarius. So let's get into things here, folks. Without further ado, it's nice to see we got lots of people hanging live today. So let's jump in and let's get ready to learn. Now, there's lots to learn here, folks. And there are many different ways of defining all of the chakras, as our friend Omnist is noting here. In the Vedic system, again, there's lots of ways to define it. The planets rule the senses, and that's one way to determine the chakras. There's also the way of the rashis, the signs, which I've just shown, with Saturn ruling the root chakra, and then Leo and Cancer ruling the spiritual chakra on top. So there's always lots of ways of conveying it. What's beautiful about astrology, is that it provides us with exemplary, we can use the data that we understand and explore it in the nervous system, in the laboratory of our own bodies and experiences. But I digress. I can go on forever about it, but I want to get rolling. So for everybody watching, this is a live, free astrology chart reading, aka a cold reading. So before I make the call, you guys are all going to, let's just keep in mind that when we do a cold reading like this, we're going to be putting your birth data and, your birth chart out for all to see through my Vedic astrology software. Remember, this is Tropical Vedic Astrology. So we're not turning the signs back 23 degrees like the sidereal people do. We're using the same, if you're a Western tropical astrologer, if you're used to the Greek method of measuring the chart, you're going to find that I use the same. So I just use Vedic interpretation. We'll see when we get there. But for now, keep in mind that, I'm Leo rising. I'm got the Sun, Mars, Pluto, and Scorpio. So when I go through astrology, I tend to dig into the guts, And as I often say, we're not here to pull your skeletons out of the closet. We're here to, but, sometimes incidentally, when you're going through a birth chart, things can flash up for you. Mind you, even if you've got the craziest things going wrong in your chart, which does happen, it doesn't mean, A, that the person is even has experienced anything necessarily terribly bad in that regard. And B, if you do, you don't have to say it. So keep in mind, folks, as we're going through this reading, if I'm asking you, I like to go deep, I like to talk about, this might convey that you had some difficulty with your father in your life, and this might be obstructing what's happening in your career. Astrology can be just sort of fun, or it can be really useful and practical. I like to dig into the guts of it and make it useful and practical. I got a lot of Virgo in me, which means it gets into the hard to reach places. In that regard, if we go anywhere that you don't want to talk about, feel free to not, if I ask you something and you don't want to answer, don't feel obliged to answer. We're here to practice astrology and to give you a little bit of self-realization along the way, but not so much that, if you want a real deep dive with me, you can check me out and feel free to email me at astrology@dustincormier.net. If you email me at astrology@dustincormier.net, then you will be able to do a reading with me. And you'll be able to do a real pro reading like I like to do with everybody who does work with me. As well, if anybody's interested, I got to advocate for myself. As we go on, you can feel free to donate through the link that I've just given in here. I'm going to put it pretty much every time we start a new chart. Now we're already 10 minutes in. I'm going to try to do 3 charts today. I've got to be disciplined. I'm going to try to wheel it in so it's about an hour and 15 at the most per chart. All right. Caveats are done. Give me your birth times, folks. Starting now. If you've already put your birth time in, you got to put it in again. From this point on in the chat, put in your birth time, and we are going to choose from random the birth times that are given. So throw it in now if you're watching live. Now is the chance. Now is the time. And we are going to go through all the birth times available. I usually pick a number. Probably fix something fancy. 33 has been a nice number. I also like 27. Maybe we'll pick something fancy like 29. So dump them all in here, folks. I hope everybody's had a good holiday. I had a great time hanging with my folks. I'm all Christmased and New Year's out. So do me a favor, folks. I can see, I know we all want to squeeze in here. It does make it a little bit tricky when you put your name twice. So do me a favor, try not to put your name twice if you can. But it's, you know, it's okay if you did. But try not to. So we've got quite a few here already. Certainly enough for us to pick and to move through and do a reading today. Awesome dream synopsis you just got in. All right. So I'm going to just pick a number. Maybe we'll pick something like something unexpected, like 29. I'm going to go with 29 today. Hey, D's Nuts. Good you just got in. D's Nuts. All right. So I'm going to go from 29. I'm going to start with Nami Nam Nam. Sick. We're going to start with Nami Nam Nam, and we're going to go down from there. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I got Kimberly Porter. Kimberly Porter, my dear. I think that you might have said that this is one of your first readings here. Curious in both. Yeah, Kimberly Porter, this is your first live. Awesome. So, Kimberly, yes, congratulations. Thanks, Omnist Gangster Enlightenment. Now, Kimberly, my dear, since this is your first reading with us here, I usually... Hello, hello. Can you guys see me okay? All right. Good. So I have a feeling that it's because I've got Stellarium here. And that's... I got to get a new computer. That sucks. It is what it is. It's okay. So I've got Stellarium here. I've been using Stellarium just to show everybody what a chart actually looks like. Maybe we'll start it with today, but I can't keep it going in the background because I think it's what's kicking me off. Oh, something similar happened yesterday. Thank you, Marina. That's helpful to me. So maybe I shouldn't blame it entirely on Stellarium. Well, that's okay. So let's get rolling here, folks. I'm going to go to new birth chart so you guys can... I don't know. What have I done? Okay, that's cool. All right, so our friend Kimberly is born April 12th, 1982 at 8:26 in Los Angeles. Sorry, my brain is all over the place. April 12th, 1982. So, January, February, March. April 12th, 1982. And that is at 8:26. 28:26 in Los Angeles, California. I wonder if you're still in Los Angeles, Kimberly. Let's see. Okay, so Los Angeles, California. Usually, Los Angeles is a pretty big place, but I think any one of these county hospitals is probably going to do it. So, Kimberly, do me a favor. April 12th, 1982 at 8:26, female USA, Los Angeles. This should be good. Yeah, okay, this is probably good. You're a Scorpio rising. Ooh, with Jupiter in the first house. That's nice. Okay, so, Kimberly, I have right now your birth chart in front of me. I haven't put the timer on yet. Let's wait until we're all figured out here. So I'm going to go on my channel so I can see the comments. Okay, so Kimberly, let me know if this looks correct to you. Have you done astrology have you done astrology reading before, I wonder? I wonder if you could let me know if you, being a Scorpio rising at about 19 degrees, doesn't need to be terribly exact, but the more exact is the better, of course. Does it seem to be about correct for you? Oh, cool. You're in. Yes, that's true. Okay, good. Have you ever done an astrology reading before, Kimberly? I'm just curious. Yeah, and she's our Aries gang, that's for sure. Combust Mercury there. Ooh, nice exalted Venus. So we got an exalted Sun, exalted Venus. Jupiter, close to the first house, is nice. Saturn's exalted too. It's always interesting when we have exalted Saturn opposite the Sun exalted. That's an interesting one. Saturn is exalted. It's not as happy as it could be in the 12th house. And it's with Pluto. So Pluto's in the 12th with that Saturn. Very interesting. Yes, that's true. Okay. And I imagine you were saying yes to my question that whether you've done an astrology reading before. Very good. So this is a Tropical Vedic Astrology reading. So there's always lots to say. It's 10:20. I'm going to put our alarm on for an hour. And now we have an hour to rock and roll. I'm going to do it an hour, and then I will take the last 15 minutes to reel it in. So let's see if we can do that, folks. So, thank you, Kimberly. Now, let's make use of Stellarium while we have it. This isn't a chart where the midheaven is in any whack sort of place, but I still like to show Stellarium just to show people what the chart actually looks like. So, if you guys have never seen Stellarium before, it's always a lot of fun, and it's a very important tool for those looking to truly understand what the chart looks like in astrology. April 12th was it, I think? April 12th at 8:26. Right around there. Let's pause. All right. So this was the night sky when you were born. Oh, I've got to put in the place too. This is one piece that I got to figure out. Okay. Let's see. Ephemeris. No. As you guys can see, I'm still working out how to roll this thing. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So, this isn't something I usually would like to spend all day on, so let's just rock and roll. Los Angeles, North America. Good. All right, so now we are in Los Angeles. We are looking south. 1982. It's 8:26. Right, so it's definitely dark at the time you were born. So now, when we remove the atmosphere, we can just see the stars. We can see the planets on this orange line, which is the ecliptic. So that is the zodiac belt. That's what this orange line is. So we can see, for example, this is looking at the sky above the horizon. We can see Jupiter's right there on the ascendant. How nice. Then we can see Saturn and Mars are over here in the 12th house. And of course, Pluto is also squashed in there somewhere as well. Now, that's all we can technically see in the night sky at the time that this person's born. And of course, we can see that it was only Jupiter that is above the horizon. And then we've got Saturn and Mars. Now we've got the North Node up there in Cancer. Now everything else is underneath the chart, as we can see there, right? So that's why it's literally underneath the ground. That's the reason why we're kind of showing this, right? So when we look underneath the ground, voila, there is more to be seen. So we know that we can kind of see, I should show the horizon points. Let's see if I can get that going on. You guys are watching me, I'm kind of learning this as I'm kind of going here. The equator, what would that be? The horizon is what we're looking for. Horizon. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Horizon. All right. So as we can see, when we show the ground, we can see the cardinal points: east, southeast, south, southwest, west. This orange grid is essentially the zodiac, right? So if we were to look flat of the zodiac belt, that is what the zodiac belt is all about. That's, the sun, all the planets are circling around the sun, and that's what that orange belt represents, including the Earth. It's funny how you can see it's kind of tilted from Earth's perspective. So now we can see the green line of the horizon. So when we take the ground away, voila. Now we can see that Uranus is down beneath the horizon. Uranus and Neptune is there with the moon, right? So then we look, Venus is beautifully, pretty well at the bottom of the chart where Venus likes to be, and it's exalted in Pisces. Wonderful. See, Venus and the moon, they don't like to be above the ground. Venus and the moon like to work underneath through the soul, essentially, right? Mars likes to be higher up, and that's good for Mars. The sun is sun and Mars like to be above the horizon. So the sun's a little lower than it would prefer to be. It's over here in the 6th house. There's some interesting things to be said there. But it's exalted, so we're going to expect that it's got some good stuff going on. It's interesting that it's opposite Saturn. Now, Venus is down here at the bottom of the chart, exalted in Pisces. That's a strong Venus. I can already tell that Venus is going to have a lot of good things for this chart, right? Very cool. Lots of cool things to be said here. So, now I think I almost want to leave stellium going and just leave it for the next person, because when I come on with the next person, I'm going to have to do it all over again. If it keeps kicking us off, that's going to suck. Oh, it looks like I turned it off anyway. Okay, too late. Cool. So for now, let's focus on Kimberly. So I'm glad I got to show that, Kimberly. I hope that was cool. Now, both your kids are Cancers, and you're a better person for them. So your children have the sun in Cancer. They are going to be bringing out some karma for you, most certainly. It's an interesting, very interesting thing when that kind of thing happens. You are a woman whose children have the sun and your north node. So, gosh, we got an hour here, folks, so I'm learning to discipline myself. So I'm just going to talk about things kind of as they come to me. When you mention things, I'm going to speak to them. We're just going to rock and roll. And your kids are Leo rising. That's interesting. But if your kids have the sun in Cancer, your north node is certainly something involved with your children. So they healed you. You had a rough childhood. Okay. Interesting that you had a rough childhood. Now, the moon is kind of waning, and it's in the 2nd house of early childhood area. You've got Uranus and Neptune, both in Sagittarius in the 2nd house. And the 2nd house, again, can tend to relate to things related to early childhood, to your earliest circumstances of your life. Now, thankfully, their lord, Jupiter, is doing okay. Now, let's take a quick gun through here of all the things we can see going on in this chart. We can see Mercury is most certainly combust. Let's take a look at our planets here. Mercury is combust. Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn are retrograde, and Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. That's a retrograde. That's cool. So Mercury is combust. Saturn's getting dinged pretty hard by the Sun and by Mars. But it's got an opposition from its friend Mercury, and it's exalted in the sign of its friend Libra. So Saturn's okay. Saturn's doing okay, even though it's getting a hard opposition aspect from its enemy, the malefic Sun. So there's a bit of damage and healthiness there. The sun is also getting its opposition from an exalted Saturn. But thankfully, the sun is kind of, it's got an opposition from its friend Mars. Also, it's delighted by being in Aries. Jupiter is kind of giving a wide trine to the sun. So the sun's okay. The two planets that are kind of sticking out to me as having some significations are Mars and Mercury. Mercury mainly because it's getting a bit of a trine aspect from the moon, which is its enemy, and the sun is combust this Mercury. So that's definitely causing that Mercury some harm. Mars mainly has trouble because it's in the same sign as an exalted Saturn. So we can see how that would kind of cause some difficulty. Can you guys still see me? Yep. And we have Mercury Atmakaraka. That's worth writing down. So Kimberly has Mercury Atmakaraka, which means all things related to Mercury are going to be very important to this reading. Now, Mercury, so you guys all know me. I'm a Tropical Vedic Astrologer. I guess these are things I have to explain. The Atmakaraka is one of the key elements of Vedic astrology. I often say to people, I'm a Leo rising, blah, everyone sees me and my energy. But, when you think about how my consciousness operates, you see it a lot in me. I'm Venus Atmakaraka. So I'm very Venusian. I'm very feminine. I'm very into psychology. I'm into the soul. I'm into the feminine dimensions of the human experience, the subjective experience, the tissue, not necessarily what we do, but what we feel and what we are. These are very Venus things. So my soul is drenched in Venus consciousness. Now, you, Kimberly, are someone whose soul is drenched in Mercury consciousness. And this is because Mercury is your Atmakaraka. The Atmakaraka is the planet in the chart of the original 7 planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. It's the planet with the highest degrees in the chart, not including Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, asteroids, etc. So we have here Mercury Atmakaraka. So there's already a lot to be said here. If you want to be interested in learning a bit about Vedic astrology, Kimberly, you could start really. You'd learn a lot by looking. You'd learn a lot just by looking up Mercury Atmakaraka for yourself. What does it mean when you have Mercury Atmakaraka? Mercury, the name for Mercury in Vedic astrology is Buddhi. It relates to the Buddha, of course. The clear-minded, unbiased manager of information, data, and fun. It relates to smell. In a lot of ways, it relates to the root chakra. But of course, it also relates to the throat chakra. It relates to researching, being a good manager of things. And there's lots to be said here, for a Scorpio rising, Mercury rules the 8th and 11th house. So for a Scorpio rising, Mercury Atmakaraka shows a bit of a power energy in a lot of ways. And how strong and healthy your Mercury is going to convey in important ways how this Atmakaraka's soul agenda is going to convey itself and whether it's going to be able to do so with relative ease or not. This Mars and Jupiter, wow. Yeah. You got some good yoga power in here. You really got some good yoga power in this chart. This is something that's just sticking out to me. Sometimes I'll do this. Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, and Mars all have what's called very strong yoga power. So when they're involved in positive, constructive yogas amongst each other, there's going to be positive significations there, depending on whether they're friends or enemies or what have you. which is pretty darn cool. That Venus is very strong. It's in the 5th house, too. That Venus is a real saving grace in this chart, 500%. A Scorpio does love a good Venus, and that's incredibly good for all the planets that are in Libra. So Kimberly says you do hate managing other people, though. You'd rather not. Right. Okay, so what we're going to start talking about at some point in this chart is that we have Mercury at Makaraka. There's all these cool, fun blessings going on in the chart. You know, it's also important for us to eventually talk about the North and South node. You have the North and South node in Capricorn and K2, Capricorn and Cancer. It's actually the transverse of mine. I have the South node in Cancer, so I know a bit about this axis. Okay. It's working. Can you guys see me okay? And we're back. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, it is what it is. Technology. So for everybody watching, we're still rolling here. So let's resume. Hello there, Nico. Now, we are going to be taking... we're still about 45 minutes into our current chart. So, thank you, nobody. God bless your heart. So, I don't have Cash App, but I do, if anybody's interested in helping me with this situation of getting a new computer. Honestly, it's not even that I need the donations. I'll say thank you, nobody. If anybody wants to donate, you can throw it to my PayPal. But, you know, don't feel obliged, because I've got the money to get a new computer. I'm up in my dad's cottage, and if I needed a new computer, I would need to go back home to Whitby and get one. I'm not dying for money. It never hurts to have donations. It's always appreciated, never expected. But I digress. So at some point, I am going to get a new computer, or at least I'm going to clean this one out. I was at my house doing New Year's things for the past bit, and so I've come back and my computer's a little wonky. So I'm going to do what I can to clean it out. I'm not in Washington. I am in Toronto, Canada. Around Toronto. So now let's just rewind here a little bit. Our friend Kimberly, who's been so good to give us a chance to do her chart. She's saying that she's a devotee of Kali Ma. When she retires, she's thinking of leaving all her money and possessions with her kids, going to India, and serving the poor as a way of honoring Kali Ma. Wonder if there's anything else in here that I might have missed. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Kay. We did stop the timer for Kimberly, and we've got it going back now. So Kimberly is thinking of going to India at some point, and that's okay, nobody. Maybe I'll get Cash App at some point. You know, it's beautiful that Kimberly has this attitude and desire to give to the poor. You know, that's a real 12th house energy. Always remember, Kimberly, that there's nothing wrong with keeping your own affairs together while you're, you know, we can give the best charity when we also take care of our own needs. I'm assuming that it's good for you to hear that with the 12th house energy that you've got going on. I got a video called Pluto in Difficult Houses. If you ever feel like watching it, I do a great section on Pluto in the 12th house. God bless your heart. Anyone with 12th house energy gets me in the feels because they have so much interest in sharing themselves and giving themselves to the world. But just like every tree gives of its fruit when it's strong in its own roots, we all have to be listening to what God wants within us. You know, I'm going to say it because we're talking about such a 12th house energy right now. And Kimberly, you're such a sweetheart for saying what you are. There's a story of somebody who came to the Buddha, and the Buddha could smell this guy, Buddhi, Mercury, the nose. All the Buddha stories will tell you a lot about Mercury and what Mercury is all about. Mercury is very earth savvy. Mercury is one of the great Raj, royal, wealth-producing planets. And Mercury, being the signification of Buddhi, the Buddha, it's very important spiritually speaking because it's not stupid about how the material world operates. Somebody comes to the Buddha, and this guy, the Buddha could tell that this guy was guilt-ridden. His own life was not in order. He wasn't taking care of his own, he wasn't brushing his teeth, he wasn't eating properly, he had smoked cigarettes, and he had no grip on his own nervous system. Mercury. He smelled bad. So he comes to the Buddha and he says, Mr. Buddha, hi. So my life is full of problems and difficulty, and I want to know, what can I do to help the world? What can I do to share things with the world? I want to start a soup kitchen. I want to, what can I do to save world hunger? What can I do? And the Buddha looked at him and said, well, you can start by taking care of yourself. Because if everybody took care of themselves, the world wouldn't be in quite the place that it's in. Now, this isn't to say that charity is useless. Everybody needs a helping foot up. But if everybody, there's a lot of times where we do charity, not because it's an overabundance flowing from our abundant cup, but because something that happened to us in our childhood that makes us feel like we need to compensate for feeling like a piece of shit when we're actually not a piece of shit. A lot of people think they're a piece of shit, and they just want to splay themselves out. They want to be whipped by God. Come on, God. I hope you don't use those whips over God. Or I hope you don't use those whips over there. I'm thinking of Mel Gibson on South Park. You know, people love to get splayed out by God, whipped and battered. And, you know, this is not necessarily, unless God's into that, unless you're into that in that moment, can be fun if it's consensual, but it should be coming from a place of consent in the bedroom with people who we love. Not necessarily from a cosmic sense that I'm a piece of shit and God whipping me is going to put me in my place. Okay, good, Kimberly. I'm glad to hear that. So with this story with the Buddha ultimately gave this guy the sense that he should have self-love, like you seem to be conveying, Kimberly. Now, this is a story that I often give for people with 12th house stuff happening, especially with this Mars being really kind of strangled by Pluto and Saturn in the 12th house. Mars rules the 1st house and the 6th house. And Mars is, of course, also carrying the Sun and Mercury. Yeah, so this is worth talking about here. Saturn is exalted. And so an exalted malefic planet is going to have a lot of strength. It's got way more strength than this Mars does. Saturn is going to grip what it necessarily needs to grip in order to pull itself forward, which is a good thing. We love the malefic energy of a malefic. It's malefic planets that, you know, it's a good Saturn that makes sure that when you're walking down the street, you're holding onto your purse and it's 2:00 in the morning, and a couple of bad guys come up and say, hey, give us your purse. You say, oh my God, fuck you, and pepper spray them and then run. Or, you know, like do something, fuck you, you're fucking with the wrong guy. Sorry, I'm being very, very aggressive right now. I haven't done a live for a while. It's our malefics that get us out of difficult situations. Now, when a malefic is exalted, it's going to have lots of energy to do that. It's going to be very awake, very conscious of using its hard energy. With Saturn, it's more about saying no to things. You know, our no's are very powerful. And being able to say no is crucial. Now, the Saturn energy in this chart is with Pluto, is really squashing and stepping on this Mars energy. Saturn especially being the south node holder. We have the south node in Capricorn, and we have this strong Saturn with Pluto squashing Mars. Capricorn South Node shows that this is a person who's very security oriented. Somebody who is really probably thinking about money and having good personal finances. Probably so much so with this South Node in the 3rd house that the North Node in the 9th house is flickeringly activated. You probably go between the sense that I want to have a good material financial foundation for myself so that I can go to India and do all these things, help the poor, do a 9th house energy. You do well to ground yourself in 9th house energy through the moon somehow so that you don't get feelings of guilt or feelings like you're not doing enough for the world, because this is the axis that's probably happening for you, Kimberly, is I want to have a solid financial foundation, but putting so much energy and consciousness into my solid financial foundation is taking away from my spirituality, my what I'm doing for the world. Whereas really, they don't actually obstruct each other. This is something I say all the time in astrology. The 3rd house and the 9th house. All the houses in astrology, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. These are all things I love to tell people. Every house in astrology is not actually a big deal. It's only when we have karma there that makes it feel like a big deal, or like the opposite. Again, all of the houses in astrology are essentially neutral. We shouldn't have aversion away from them, and we shouldn't have obsessive compulsive attraction towards them. When we hear in the ancient yoga texts, what are the 2 critical things that pull us into samsara? It's attachment and aversion. This is why, Kimberly, it's very interesting for you to say you're very self-sufficient, but money bores you. Because money is just like food. We eat food, we drink water, and then we piss and shit it out like excrement, and it flows through the body with no attachment. Desire is like food. We absorb it, and then we excrete it, and there should be no obstruction there. Desire's not a problem. Asking for help is not something showing that you're struggling. Everybody does this normally, naturally, if they have no karmic axis that is involving them in some psychological loop, making them feel like it's a bigger or smaller deal than it actually is. So I'm saying this to you, especially having this Capricorn Cancer moon axis. The nodes are a key part of every astrology reading. Now, I just want to wrap all this back. There's a lot to be said in every chart. As you guys can see, I should mention this too. We're kind of bouncing a lot here because we're doing a cold reading. When people pay me to do astrology for them, I spend 2 or 3 hours looking at their chart, organizing it, and then talking about it. In this reading, we're just kind of like following my Sagittarius moon, which you also have. So hopefully it's coming out okay for you, Kimberly. Maybe it's too much of the same energy. I don't know. My Sagittarius moon and your Sagittarius moon. But I digress. Now, one thing that's on my mind is you mentioned that you don't like managing people. Having Mercury, Makaraka, Mercury rules earth signs. Mercury rules an earth sign and an air sign. Just like Venus rules an earth sign and an air sign. Just like Saturn rules an earth sign and an air sign. So these are our sort of money, social, relationship planets. And Mercury, being an earthy planet as it is, it's important for Mercury to have the experience of being grounded in its finances. And it's a healthy thing to be able to do so. For everybody watching, we're still doing our live first chart reading here with Kimberly. And we're going to be doing more. We're going to be taking more names, more dates, probably at about close to the half an hour mark, 11:30 EST. So with Mercury being the Atmakaraka, it's important to be able to manage money and manage other people. And there's a power signature here because for Scorpio rising, Mercury rules the 8th house and the 11th house, managing your finances and managing people, being financially savvy. This is very important to Scorpio in order to be able to do what Scorpio truly wants to do. And there's a lot that plays into the fact that you've got the South Node in Capricorn. And as you guys are going to hear me talk about pretty soon on my channel, Pluto's South Node. All the planets have nodes. Pluto has a South Node. Pluto's South Node is in Capricorn. So whenever anybody has, especially the karmic nodes, the moon's nodes on Cancer and Capricorn, or any significant things going on with Saturn or the moon, their individual karma is playing into the collective karma. Pluto's South Node is a very important thing. It's a collective karma. Pluto's South Node has been in Capricorn since like 600 AD when the prophet Muhammad came along. So this has been a huge shift. It's going to be there till like 2600 when the South Node of Saturn comes into Aquarius, when the true age of Aquarius is going to happen. But for now, we're going through Pluto's South Node in Capricorn karma. That's why when Pluto, the actual planet Pluto, went through Capricorn from 2008 to 2020, we saw COVID. There's other things that have happened at that time. I do a video where I talk about how in the 1500s, Pluto came through Capricorn and King Henry VIII, that was at that time that King Henry VIII took the sovereignty of England in the rulership of kings of England and separated from the church. So church and state. The church throughout the whole medieval period was ruling England. Then King Henry VIII came along and said, eat it, religion, eat it, church. Now England rules. That's the Protestant thing. That happened when Pluto was in Capricorn. 250 years later, Pluto was in Capricorn during the constitutional establishment of America. America's Pluto is in Capricorn. That's why America's so wild, because its natal Pluto is in Capricorn, where Pluto's South Node is. So anybody who has karmic stuff going on with Saturn, the moon, or the Cancer Capricorn axis has their individual karma tangled up with this large collective karma. So all this stuff going on with world banks, with the way finances are on our planet, somebody like our friend Kimberly here is working through that. It's a very important area of time. I'm actually going to be making a video talking about people with significant placements of things, and you are one of them, Kimberly. You have important karma, especially because this Saturn and Pluto being in Libra is square to this nodal axis. There's a lot to be said there. So you want to be a Bhairavi. Ketu and Rahu is Rahu Cancer. So there's a lot to be said here, Kimberly. Now, one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is because you're also Mercury Atmakaraka. This is a good example chart of a significant placement of individual karma being entangled with the collective karma for a Mercury Atmakaraka who is a financial planet. It's a planet, not necessarily financial, but it's earthy, it's rooted, it's connected to the roots. So managing and organizing people is going to be important. And managing your own money savvily, in a savvy way, should be important to you, Kim. Because spirituality and material are not separate. Neither are your desires. I can see you want to be a Bhairavi. And I want you to consider that the more established you are in your own nervous system, the easier it is going to be to deal with your nervous system. And your nervous system is connected to everything that you touch, everything that touches you, everything you think about, all of your desires. So this is why, as the tantric people say, it's better to make friends with our sexuality. It's better to make friends with our desires so that we can deal with them. It's good to make friends with your enemies. Yogically speaking, that's not even the right way to say it, because our desires are not our enemies. Our desires is like, if our soul, we all want to apply discipline. You want to be a Bhairavi. You want to go and help the people in India. And that is if we were to call that the husband, the wife is the desires. The wife is your nervous system. The wife is the needs that the husband has to listen to if the husband wants to get anywhere in life. We all know that the true power of a king is the queen that's behind him. So your nervous system, the desire that you have to become financially savvy in order to be able to work out the material reality, that's going to cause you to have some inner calm. Because you could be this person who came to the Buddha and said, I want to save the world. And the Buddha said, well, you better figure out your own shit first before you go around trying to help other people. Especially with the North Node in the 9th house, you might find that everybody can do great things in the world through a constructive role that they find for themselves. And your father would have been a key part of you finding out this cultural, this religion, this way of finding what is a good idea for how to make myself satisfied. And the moon being in the 2nd house with Uranus and Neptune, you mentioned that you had a difficult childhood. This might be playing into whatever happened to you in your childhood that made that difficult. Connections with your father would have been probably, in your childhood, would have been an important definer of how you're going to deal with this 9th house karma of finding purpose. The 9th house is like Jupiter. It's like Sagittarius. It's like the arrow. It's the target. This is the target that I ultimately want to hit in my life. It's our role. It's our purpose. It's our dharma. The 9th house is very important for all of us. Oh, bless your heart, Kimberly. So Kimberly says, your father was absent when he wasn't abusive. So he's long since passed. Maybe having the 9th, this is a common thing because Cancer is such a loaded gun for everybody in our time. Cancer rules your 9th house, and your North Node is there. And the moon is with Uranus and Neptune, which it's not necessarily a bad thing when the moon is with Uranus and Neptune, but they are going to really make you very sensitive to whatever situation is set up for you in your early childhood, this being the 2nd house. Now, there's a bit of a chain going on here. Interestingly, there's one beautiful thing that could be said about this chart. Yeah. There's a blessing here. There's a real blessing here, and I want to convey it. There's a chain. All of these chains lead to the same place, and it's this blessed, exalted Venus in this chart. I'm going to talk about your mother in just a second because I can see that you want to mention it. But for everybody looking, it's just good to acknowledge these things. It doesn't always happen like this. Every single chart signification in this chart has a chain. Okay? So let's begin with the North Node in Cancer. The North Node is in Cancer. So wherever the moon is going to sort of channel the North Node. The moon is, of course, in Sagittarius. So the Lord of Sagittarius is going to channel what's happening in the 2nd house. That's Jupiter. It's good for the moon because Jupiter is pretty well placed in this chart. Now, there is a bump before getting to the end of this chain. But if you guys have been watching my channel, you know where I'm going with this. Where does the chain end? From Jupiter, it's in the sign of Mars, which is Scorpio. So wherever Mars is channeling how Jupiter, it's what Jupiter stands on. Mars is in Libra. Now, Mars is getting pretty squashed by Saturn and Pluto, but ultimately, even this 12th house has the end of a chain, and it ends up in Venus, with this Venus in Pisces. Of course, Venus in Pisces feeds into Jupiter, which feeds into Mars, which feeds into Venus. But Venus is kind of the end of this chain. Same thing with the Sun and Mercury in Aries. Those are being channeled by Mars, and Mars is being channeled by Venus. And that Venus is in the bottom of the chart, exalted in Pisces. So that's a blessing. It's probably a nice thing at some level that your mother was a devout Catholic, very strict and codependent, probably codependent on your father. So you're curious about your Venus. Well, that's definitely one of the blessings in this chart. And it's obvious to anybody, Venus is happier close to the 4th house. It's exalted. It doesn't have too much things kind of, harming it or anything like that. Although the moon is giving it a good ding. The moon's kind of square to it. So, yeah, it's pretty strong ding, actually. Let's see. In Shadbala. So Venus needs 330 points to operate effectively, and has 360. Venus is your strongest Shadbala planet. So Shadbala is the total strength that a planet gets from everything in the chart. We can see a few of these planets. The Shadbala in this chart's interesting. Not everything has the best situation in terms of Shadbala in this chart. But again, I know I'm bouncing around, but I want to keep coming back to this Mercury. This Mercury, it's important for this Mercury to have the consciousness of financial management, managing finances, as well as managing people. Now, at the very beginning, Kimberly, you mentioned that you don't like managing people. Now, when we look at the Shadbala, remember this is the total strength of all the planets in this chart. We notice that the Stanabala, it's kind of hard to explain what that is, but it's the strength of Mercury in what's called the Varga charts, the Navamsha and all that kind of stuff. The Stanabala is 50% of what's required to be at its strongest. Digbala is the fact that Mercury prefers to be closer to the 1st house. It's so close to the 7th house that it loses a key part of its yoga strength. So Mercury doesn't like being closer to the 7th house. It's got good Ionabala, which is good. But the Chestabala is not great, which means it's so close to the sun, I don't think it's retrograde. No, I would say that it's retrograde. So there's a lot of things kind of piling up on this Mercury. So to basically say that Mercury requires 420 points of total overall astronomical strength in order to operate effectively. It's only got 275. So it's at about 65%, 66% of what is required for this Mercury to operate most effectively. Amazing. I'm glad that you're listening, Kimberly. Now, Kali Ma, is root chakra stuff. And I can see that it's very possible that if Kali Ma is coming to you, I don't know. You have to listen to this within yourself. But Kali Ma really typically does resonate with the root chakra, with our basic bottom line financial reality. And, with your good Venus, you're probably beautiful. With Jupiter in the 1st house, too, you're probably a beautiful person. And there's probably money and goodness that comes to you. We know with beautiful people. Thank you, Lucas. This is Kala software. With beautiful people, things tend to come easy. And you probably have a certain monetary consciousness through Venus. Venus rules Taurus. It definitely has a lot to do with bearing itself and understanding finances. But there's going to come a point in your life, Kimberly, where it's going to be important for you to understand and come into consciousness of what has been going on with you financially. And not just financially, but within your nervous system, within your desires, within your body's needs. and managing them. It's like when you have, how do I describe it? You know, if you're in a musical band and you have like an alcoholic in your band, you know, this is a person that you have to manage. You have to find a way, if he's in your band, you love the guy, or if you've got like an alcoholic husband or an alcoholic father who's not so good to you. There are some times where life gives us pieces that we can't necessarily get away from, or that it wouldn't be right for us to just completely extricate. So what Mercury does comes in and says, well, I'm going to make the best out of this thing. Mercury rules Virgo. It rules the digestive tract. It lets go of the bad and it holds on to the good. When Mercury has trouble, what happens that ends up holding on to the bad and lets go of the good? Excretion is an important process. Digestion is an important process for Buddhi, for Mercury. Listening to your nervous system. That's a good point, Kimberly, that you also have Chiron in Taurus. So this financial, earthy stuff is going to have a little bit more pertinence even through Chiron. So one of the reasons that I keep bringing this up is because I'm telling you, Kimberly, as a tropical Vedic astrologer, if I was doing a reading for you, like I would be totally focusing on Buddha, on Mercury, Buddhi. Because Mercury has such damage in Shadbala, because it's the Atmakaraka, and because it's combusted by the sun. Also, the 6th house is a tough house for everybody, although it gets easier and better as time goes on. Hello there. I think it's Xem. You told me last time how to pronounce your name, but either way, it's nice to see you, my friend. So if I was doing a reading for you, Kimberly, I would be telling you all about Mercury. I would be telling you all about combining and not letting your nervous system go awry with a idea of a disconnection between spirituality and material. Spirituality and material are one existence, one cosmos, one consciousness, one experience. So honestly, like, you know, there's a great book called The Nervous System is kind of a bit of Mercury and a bit of Saturn, Nico. I'm reading a book right now that I think anybody who has any karma related to Capricorn and Cancer, because of this Pluto South Node in Capricorn energy, the banks, finances, you might find this is a little nutty for me to mention this, Kimberly, but I'm going to say this because you're probably going through something similar to what I've gone through, which is this. I'm going to say it, and I want you to really chew on this thing that I say, Kimberly. Please do me a favor. If you could take anything from this reading, I want you to consider this one phrase. Apathy towards material is not the same as spirituality. Apathy, ignorance, neglect of material is not the same thing as spirituality. Our spirituality, our Capricorn, can be a way for us to understand and operate and sublimate and heal our spiritual meaning and desires in our lives. Now, you don't want it to be only material, but what I think, Kimberly, is that you have probably neglected your root chakra and your materiality so much that it is obstructing your ability to be as spiritual as you would like to be. Now, this being the case, you've got to manage it because your Mercury is a little bit funky in this chart. It does have some difficulty. So a book that I would highly recommend, there's 2 books and there's great videos on YouTube that talk about these books and kind of cinch them down. One of them is The Richest Man in Babylon. It sounds crazy, but there's great understandings of how material reality works in that book. But even more than that, there's a book called The Wealthy Barber by David Chilton. And it talks about how, you should take 10% of your earnings from your income, save it, and put it into well-organized, diversified mutual funds or something along those lines. It's the old thing, if you save 10% of your income every year, let's say if you make a $100,000 salary, save 10% of it every year, that's $10,000. If you save that over 30 years, you're going to have $300,000. Not bad, not small, but not necessarily something to retire on. But if you've been investing that money throughout that whole 30-year period, you're going to get compounded interest from whatever you're investing it in. You get compounded interest on the money you put in and on the interest that you make. And this can completely balloon and go crazy on your initial investment. And all you got to take is 10% of your income, save it for yourself, and invest it. And investing is just like mutual funds, that kind of thing. Because inflation is always happening. The market is going to always go up. The price of goods on the market will always go up, even though when they fluctuate. The wealthy barber talks about it better than I can. It's something that I'm moving through a lot. I highly recommend everybody get into it, but especially someone like you, Kimberly. So the wealthy barber is a great place to start. Always consider that, again, material apathy is not spirituality. And this is one of the most important things I could say in this chart. The buddhi relates to our nervous system. It's when we have, so Mercury relates to when you were young. It rules the age of about, Moon is 0 to 1, Mars is 1 to 3 or 4. So Mercury is about 3 or 4 years old till about 12 years old. So from about 4 years old to 12 years old, some things would have happened to you that are very key dimensions of your soul, Kimberly. You see, every planet has these planetary ages. The age that you're experiencing with a planet is going to give you a lot of what that planet shows in your chart. So from age 4 to age 12, we all experience Mercury time. It's the young prince, Mercury. It's the young Buddha who can do whatever he wants with his life. So what happens with the Buddha story is that his parents have said, you've got your whole life figured out, Buddha. Don't work too hard. You got your harem of bitches. You're going to be a king someday, so don't get too curious. But the Buddha said, I'm sorry, but I'm curious. I have to see what else is out there for me. And the Buddha followed and listened to its soul curiosity. What is really good for me? What are the things that I need to explore for myself in my own nervous system? Despite what my parents have said, despite the morals and ethics of what I feel like I'm getting through society, I have to put my finger in it myself. And I think that this is a lesson that I'm transmitting to you, Kimberly, especially as it relates to your root chakra, as it relates to finances, because I think you're going to find that I don't want you to go and obsess about finances. And I don't think you're going to. I think you're going to learn, let me just bring this all together while we're here at this time in this reading. You have the moon's nodes axis operating on, bless you, Taurus rising. I'm going to put my PayPal link in here for anybody who's interested in donating. Again, donations are appreciated but not expected. Now, these nodes are operating through Capricorn and Cancer. Now, the nodes, all the planets mature at a certain time. Our dear friend Kimberly here is right in the midst of the Rahu maturation. Rahu begins to mature at age 36, where things change. Things happen in our brain that begin to really strongly change at the age of 36. It's like if you've been running a race, the race is about 80 years long. When you get to be about 36, your brain starts thinking, oh my God, I'm almost halfway through the race. I know it's a tough thing for us all to talk about, but old Captain Scorpio over here, Mr. fucking Death that I am, is here to remind you, Flick, that we are all going to die soon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be the bearer of that bad news, but it's also good news, because if life lasted forever, then it wouldn't have any meaning. And life has a script that forces us to reckon with the yawning gap of the grave. And it forces us to appreciate what we have. It forces us to make the best of the life that we have, that we're living. So when we get to be 36, something kicks up in our brain and says, I've got to make sure that I've done all that I want to do. And this is when Rahu begins to operate. We operate unconsciously with Ketu until we're 36. You know, this is a person who's very security driven. Because you're probably so financially and security driven in a false way, that you never reach into the love that you sought. You didn't get to experience the love. You want to spend more time with your children. You want to give love. This is the Rahu's in the 9th house as well. You want to serve the world. You want to give love to everybody. You want to feel like you're worthy of value and worth being loved with the North Node in Cancer. But for some reason, this darn material world keeps bringing me down, this root chakra, these desires. I can't make my job work. I can't make my 8th house and my 11th house work. I'm feeling constricted. Through the 3rd house especially. And so, therefore, I can't experience the love that I truly seek. 36, correct, K. 36 is Saturn's maturation age, and it's because Saturn matures at 36. Thank you. K just made a great point. Saturn matures at 36, and this brings out the start of Rahu's maturation. Then the North Node, Rahu, which for this person we know is in Cancer. The North Node matures at age 43. So I'm 33 years old, and I was born in 1991. Fuck, I'm just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. 82, 92, 2002, 2012, 2022. So you're about 42, probably turning 43 next year, I think. Yeah, Kimberly? So 43 is the age of the North Node maturing. So you're right there, Kimberly. You're right at the moment where your North Node is maturing. And this is a difficult period for everybody. This is the true midlife crisis time. People think it has to do with Uranus being opposite, and that's part of it. Right now, Uranus is in, Taurus, and I think it's going to be coming into Gemini soon, if I'm not mistaken. So, unless it's already there. I can't think of where Uranus is right now. But either way, the Uranus opposition is a bit of a part of this, but even more so. There's my alarm. So we'll take last 10 minutes to bring everything together here. This is good, though. You're around age 43. This is the true midlife crisis. And at this time, you are learning to experience the love that you truly seek. The North Node being in Cancer is about seeking the love that you truly seek. Now, what's going to happen that you have to understand is that there's going to be, we all get a little bit dreamy about the North Node. Because remember, the 9th house in Cancer are no big deal. They're no big deal. Everyone's just experiencing them just like, for somebody who doesn't have the moon's nodes in Cancer, Cancer and the moon are no big deal. But because you've got the nodes there, getting love, but I can't get it because of Capricorn. I'm so stuck on Capricorn in the way that I have always been used to operating my root chakra. I can't get out of the way I operate I can't get out of the way I survive, how I make my money, how I live at my house, how I pay for my certain expenses. I can't move from those basic things. I have to keep those rigid and then try to see if I can get love stuck in this thing that I'm in. And I can't because it's this thing that I'm stuck in that stops me from being able to get the love that I seek. Well, truth is that this is going to make you, this area of time is going to force you to recognize that, number one, your desire for love is probably a little bit exaggerated, probably because you might not have felt like you got the deep spiritual love that you wanted when you were a child, probably from your father. No man is going to give you what your father didn't give you. Kimberly, you can only do that yourself. And the best way to do it is through internal work. And one of the best ways to do is to take care of yourself. Because you're going to find as time goes on that Ketu is going to mature at age 48. The maturation of Rahu, understanding what love really means for you, and it's going to probably be a bit of a disillusionment, but it's also going to be, for someone with the North Node in Cancer, it is still important for you to experience love, to learn how to understand it as being not a big deal, but also not something to run away from. The attachment and aversion, the kleshas that keep us all stuck in samskaras, that keep us stuck in samsara, which are different. Samskaras are patterns that are not objectively, they're patterns we hold on to, preferences, really. And they're preferences that don't serve the present moment. It's our preferences that don't serve the reality in this moment that get us caught in samsara, which is suffering. You have to treat love and being loved by another person as just another aspect of reality. After you divorced your children's father, right? So after you divorced your children's father, you gave up on romantic relationships. Understandable. But I would still regard it. You know, there's lots of people who, we don't know how love is supposed to operate. You know, at least you got some kids out of it, which is very sweet. But we don't know how love is supposed to operate. So a lot of people, when they don't have karma in this axis, when they don't have the nodes on Cancer and Capricorn, they go into love. It doesn't always go well right at the first bit. Even if they have kids with the person, then they break up because they know the marriage isn't working. And then they say, sayonara, mwah, we'll take care of the kids, we'll share the things. I'm going to go find love somewhere else. It's no big deal. So this is tough, especially because relationships are going to be tapping into things that happened to you during your childhood. But especially because Uranus and Neptune are with the moon in the childhood arena, you probably got to realize that there will be things that you wished for in childhood that you can get through love, and there are things that happen to you in childhood that you can't get, that you can't resolve through love. Just because you find a lover who has pieces of it doesn't mean they're no good or that there's something you should obsess about. There's a center to be found there. So keep your heart open. Teach yourself to love, because ultimately, whatever lover you find, it's not the lover, it's not the person, it's not the form. It's Vishnu that you're truly seeking. It's yourself. It's your own love in life, your own capacity to love that you're seeking here. And I think at this point in time, it's good for you to get into spirituality, because the North Node is maturing like right now in your chart. So find spirituality as much as you can, but don't forget that material reality, your nervous system, your body, make friends with your sexuality, so that when your sexuality operates and tugs you around, you've got to learn to be able to manage it. And, you know, even learning about all things Mercury. Really look up Mercury out Makaraka and see how it is. Now, there's I got to do this for you, honey. I mean, I don't know. I'm a Tropical Vedic Astrologer, so you can take this with however many grains of salt you wish. But if you are with me, and if this conversation affected you, I really recommend that you look up this video called The Habits of Mercury by Ernst Wilhelm. It's an hour long. Ernst has got all sorts of great stuff here. He's also got, even the sun agitating Mercury would probably be good for you. Understanding Mercury's role in your horoscope, myths and insights. All these things, these 3 videos right off the top, are going to give you some very key information of how your Mercury is supposed to operate, so you can use it healthily, so you can manage your life properly, begin managing your finances properly, so that then there's nothing stopping you in the South Node realm from seeing what love is for you. And then at some level, being with the nature of love is also going to be an important consciousness for you. You have to learn how to not take it too seriously, but don't take it not seriously at all. And you'll probably do both in turns. It's a tough thing. But I also want you to know, my dear, that everybody has the moon's nodes somewhere. So remember, I've got a lot of Virgo in my chart. When we do astrology, I'm not just here to tell you, oh, you've got Aries sun. That means you're going to be aggressive. You can look all that fun stuff up on Google. And by the way, the sun in Aries is not necessarily aggressive. That's just what people say about it, It's tough is a better word. But I digress. You can find all this stuff by yourself on Google, and everybody just loves to tell themselves, what are all the good things about Moon in Sagittarius? When you come to an astrologer like me, who's got this Venus in Virgo energy, like I do, I'm going to tell you all the things that are stopping you from being happy. And that's what it's all about. It's all about balance, my dear. And it looks like you already have that consciousness. Thankfully, with your good Saturn and, your good Venus too. Saturn and the sun have some things that have got to be worked out in this chart. Saturn with Pluto in the scales of Libra, there is a real theme of balance that needs to be found. But I think one of the greatest underlying foundations of this chart is that you have spirituality. You have the sense that the cosmos wants you to do well. Something with your Venus in Pisces at the bottom of the chart has made you realize that life is not in this to fuck you. Life is in this because we are Vishnu. And Vishnu is bliss. Vishnu is pure, perfect, infinite bliss consciousness. Humans just haven't realized it. And something in you gets this. You don't have to like it, but the fun is in the struggle. At some level, it's true. So be patient with yourself. Cosmos is experiencing cosmos through us all. And you, Kimberly, have the capacity to feel this. And that connection is a huge blessing to you in your chart. You got a pretty good Jupiter, too. So I have high hopes for you. Kimberly, my dear, I hope this has been good for you. I hope this has been helpful. Now, if you ever have any other thoughts or questions, you can email me at my email, astrology@dustincormier.net. And for any small questions, I'll be able to do my best to give you what I can on it. And also, for everybody watching, I got to advocate for myself. I've put here my PayPal account. Donations are always appreciated, never expected. Kimberly, I was very happy to do this with you. You're a good trooper. So let's give a nice little Dumbledore clap for our friend Kimberly. I'm looking at myself in the replay. I'm like, wow, did I just do that? Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you for being here with us, sharing your chart with us, and sharing your time with us. I hope that this is an okay reading for you. I feel like I'm really trying to discipline myself so we can do 3 charts at an hour and 15 minutes each. It's 11:30 now, so we've been an hour and a half, but we also had a long intro. So, thanks again, Kimberly. We really appreciate you. For everybody watching as well, giving your comments. This is why I love doing this. I'm surprised more astrologers aren't doing free chart readings like this, which I call cold readings. When anybody sees cold readings, it means free chart readings, donation basis, right? And as I always like to say, I don't know if I'm shooting myself in the foot, but I don't care. You know, just you guys doing astrology with me is good enough. People are seeing me on my channel. You guys are allowing me to do astrology. So, you know, don't feel like you need to donate, I guess. But when you do, it's appreciated. I digress. So rock and roll, folks. It is now time for us to take a breather. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, the shorter bathroom thing, not number 2. Then we're gonna come back, and then we're going to do another reading. Thanks again, Kimberly. Don't go anywhere. If you in just a moment, we're gonna put our birth times in. I guess I should do it now. Put your birth times in, ladies and gentlemen. Now's the time for you to throw in your birth time. And yeah, you know, right? Might as well. Put in your birth time. We're going to be choosing our second contestant on the show. And keep in mind again, as you've just seen, when we do astrology with my Scorpio ass, we go deep. But the intention is not to dig out your skeletons out of the closet so everybody can see them. The intention is to truly do astrology and get the most out of it that we can. So if you're going to put your birth time in, make sure you put your birth time, your birth date, and the place that you're born at. And that way we'll be able to do a full reading for you. And even if you've already put it in previously, I'm not going to be looking up there. So put it in now if you want to be chosen, possibly chosen as our next contestant. I'll see you guys in just a second. All right. It's time to get booched, y'all. Now I have to say, it looks like I've received... Oh. Thank you, Kimberly. Kimberly just gave me a nice donation. Thank you, sweetheart. You didn't need to do that. And I also got a donation from Alexandria Ned. And thank you so kindly. Now, Alexandria, you've put your birth time into what you gave me on PayPal here, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate the donation. Now, I have to say that for everybody, when we're doing birth readings here, we have to choose. I have to go through and choose the person that I'm going to be picking. I don't want it to be where someone can just give me $100 donation and say, okay, now pick mine. We have to do this in a way where I choose at random so that everybody who comes to the channel can feel like they have a chance to get their chart chosen. So Alexandria, I dearly appreciate you for giving me the donation that you did. Just to, you know, it was the person's name who I'm talking about is Alexandria Ned. Now, Alexandria, if you should feel like it, you know, if you want to do a reading with me, you can take that $40 that you've already thrown, and I would consider it towards a full reading. I would take that money and give you $40 off on a reading, just because I don't think you knew that that's how it works. So thank you for that. Let me know if you'd like to do something like that. I can even throw you that money back if you'd prefer. I'm easy peasy. I'm easy going. Kimberly, thank you so much for that donation. As I often say, folks, there's no need to do it, but I deeply appreciate it. It's making my life much easier and much better for what I'm doing here. Uh-oh, fuck. Zem says that I did something TMI. It's probably me going to the bathroom. Okay. Ooh, we got a rabbit, Sabrina. I love the rabbits. I'd love to do Sabrina's chart. But we are going to be fair, and we are going to go through all of the possible charts that are available here. Let's see if my kombucha is going to explode. Yeah, we're good. Okay, everybody. I really hope this kombucha doesn't give me the hiccups. It might, but whatever. Okay, quite a few people here. Wonderful. I'm glad to have you all here. Now, just so everybody knows, oh yeah, you'd be the water dog, Kimberly. That's awesome. So, we're going to start doing more cold readings on Sundays as well. It's going to be second Thursday of the month and then fourth Sunday. It might not be this coming Sunday because my grandfather is the day before. We're going to see how that goes. But I'm going to try to do it. Depends on if there's a storm, because me and my dad got to drive from the cottage back to my home. So we'll see how it goes. But for all things considered here, Jasmine, I'm glad you got your birth time in. I'm going to have to include you in when I'm going down the names here. Yeah. So like I said, I'm trying to keep things tight and disciplined here. So when we do the reading that we're about to do, I'm going to try to do it for an hour. I've got an alarm that's going to go off, and then we're going to have 15 minutes of just saying goodbye, etc. Right? So if everybody's here and watching, we are going to begin from the top. We're going to start at Lucas, and we're going to go all the way down to at least Jasmine for sure. So the number I'm going to choose this time, we got a lot of people here. I like picking weird numbers. I'm going to go with 37, which adds up to 10. So let's do it. Okay, Jasmine, thanks. I got you. All right. And this time, we're going to start right in the middle and go up, just to keep it random. I'm going to start at D's nuts, just because of D's nuts. And then we're going to go up. And the number we're picking is 37. All right, so D's nuts is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Okay, found someone. I should say, everybody, do me a favor. It's tough when we have all these names. Just for everybody's future reference, when I make the call to do the birth time reading, do me a favor and try not to put your name more than once, because I've got a lot of people to choose from here, and it's not quite fair when your name is in the pool twice. It'd be nice if I had, maybe I'll get a person who can make sure that each person's name is only in there once, but it's whatever. So we went through, and the person who I ended up choosing is Dream Synopsis, who's from Ypres, Belgium. Congratulations, Ypres, Belgium. Ypres, Belgium. That's not what I meant to say. I meant to say Dream Synopsis. Dream Synopsis, my friend, are you still here? Sometimes people will throw in their birth time and then they'll skeeter away. Ooh, yep, we got him. Okay, Dream. Yeah, let's call you Dream. I like that, Lucas. You have been chosen. Congratulations. It's a cool name. I wonder if you're if you do dream stuff on your channel. You know, if that's a plug you want to throw in, feel free. Okay, everybody, so it looks like we've chosen our contestant for today. Now, Dream Synopsis, I'm going to say to you, just like I say to everybody, keep in mind when we do an astrology reading, we go into the guts of your chart, but the intention here is to do good astrology and to give you at least a glimpse of some self-realization. Oh, Dream Synopsis is a song. Cool. So the intention here is to give you a glimpse of self-realization. Self-realization always involves us letting go of something inside of ourselves that's keeping us from being our most joyful and blissful. I'm a reflector in human design, so I will often, I often find that I dig into things that maybe, I don't know. I feel like I get the reflector thing for me. I have a very certain perspective on things, but it usually means that I'm giving a reflection of who you are. So keep that in mind, that we are going to be doing this in a public forum. But again, my intention is not to pull your skeletons out of the closet for everybody to see. So whenever we're talking about anything that you don't want to talk about, feel free to, you don't necessarily have to talk about it. Yeah, that's my point. You don't have to talk about it at all. If I mention something, you got something weird going on in the 8th house, and I mention, like, this is a place of erotic things. You got the 8th lord in the 2nd house, and some difficult thing happened in your childhood related to that, you don't have to talk about it. You can just let it pass by and move through, unless you feel like it's useful to air it out. You can always contact me for a full reading, so you don't have to get it all out in public. So you don't talk about anything you don't want to. If I move through something and you don't speak to it, I'm just going to move on. You know what I'm saying? Yes, reflectors are the ones with no power centers. Okay, cool. You're fine with everything. All right, Dream. You asked for it. So let's get Dream happening here. Our friend Dream here, let's see, is October 1st, 1996 at 11:17. October 1st, 1996. Is that right? October 1st, 1996 at 11:17 a.m. It's always nice to have an exact time like that. Now, you said you're in Belgium. That's Ypres, West Flanders. October 1st, 1996 at 11:17 a.m. Belgium, Ypres. Okay. Now, I almost would like to spend a moment digging into Stellarium here. What the heck, let's do it. Hopefully this doesn't make my computer pop. We're going to find out. But I just, for the sake of it, it's always nice to show. The odds are in your favor, Dream. Now, we're not starting our timer yet. I just want to take a quick little peek here. So this is our current time. Let's get our location. Ypres. What? Come on. You're going to tell me that Ypres? Ah, darn, that sucks. Okay, well, I need something in Belgium that's like close. So, Ypres. East Skelder. Damn. I wonder if I can just... I don't know. What's the capital of Belgium? Hopefully I'm not taking more time than I need to here. Latitude. See, I could just do it like this, but I wish. Like, this is like the only places that it shows here. All right. Does anybody know the capital? Brussels. Thank you. It's nice to have you guys. Brussels, Western Europe. Oh, okay, no wonder. So Brussels is going to be close enough to do what we're doing here. Thanks, everybody. You guys are paying attention. So now we're in Brussels. Now let's go to our date and time window. So we're looking at 1996. And that's October 1st. And the time is 11. Let's pause the clock. 11:17. So we got the sun nice and high in the sky. And it looks like there's something behind that sun. So let's just do a quick little schmandangle here. See, I'm going to get better and better at this every time I do it right. Get these out of here. That's cool. We want our ecliptic grid. We want our horizon. And all right, so planets are there. Don't need the meteor showers, don't need satellites. Now, this is our sun, so you are just very much born in the day. And of course, since it's during the day, we won't be able to see nothing. When we remove our atmosphere, now we can start to see. So we have Venus and Mercury close to the sun, and these are kind of close to the horizon, of course. The horizon looks like it's, let's see, Libra is 180 degrees, and then Scorpio would be 210. So we got a Scorpio rising again. I guess I attract a lot of Scorpio risings, don't I? And we've got Venus, Mercury, and the Sun all over here in Libra. And that appears to be all that is in the top of the chart. Now let's just collaborate this. Are we frozen yet? Yeah, looks like we're good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Zem. God bless you for paying attention. See, I was just testing you guys. I was just making sure you guys are paying attention here. Oh, yeah, that totally changed. Thank you, Zem. All right, so here we have the sun blaring, still in Libra, of course, October 1st. But when we take away our atmosphere, we realize what is going on in the sky. So, wow, Venus is actually way over here now. So, Libra would be 180. So, that'd be Virgo. Oh, a nice Mercury in Virgo. And then we have Venus in Leo with Mars. That's interesting. And that's probably, if we're still Scorpio rising, we are. So that Venus and Mars are at the top of the chart. So here we have a Venus in Leo in the 10th house. I have a friend who has that same position. That's a little bit tricky. We're going to be talking about what's going on with that there Venus, I guarantee you. Venus and the sun have a mutual exchange going on. Venus is in Leo. So let me just make sure that I'm not just rambling about something that's not correct. Yeah. Scorpio rising, Venus is in Leo, and then the sun is in Libra. So there's that mutual exchange there. And then we've got the moon there in Gemini. So there's our loony moony right there. So when we remove the ground. So, right, so this is the ground here. So what we're seeing here, the moon, Venus, Mars, Mercury, and the sun are all above the horizon, right? Now we're going to take away the ground. We can see the moon is still above the horizon here in the sign of Gemini. Is that Gemini or is that more? Yeah, it's right at the beginning of Gemini, right? So it's just coming out of, still very close to the horizon, close to the 7th house. Now it's interesting with this chart. Now there's something called the azimuthal grid. It'd be kind of hard to describe, but that's basically the north and south poles. So it would be too much for me. Yeah, that's okay. Let's stick to our reading today. There's a lot of things that I like to talk about in terms of houses and such things, but for now, we can see Jupiter is beneath the chart. We can see Uranus is beneath the chart, and we can see Saturn is down here in Aries. Oh, so you're 1996. You got Saturn in Aries. It's underneath the chart. Thankfully, it's looking a little closer to the 7th house, which is nice. I know a few people who have that same situation going on. So let's call that good for now. That's good enough for a little digestion of Stellarium. So here we have Saturn and the moon's. Interesting. So now here we have the opposite of the last chart and a Scorpio rising. Very interesting. Here is somebody who has the Saturn-Sun opposition, but now the sun is debilitated in Libra in the 12th house, and Saturn is debilitated in Aries in the 6th house. So thankfully the Saturn likes to be close to the 7th house cusp, and the sun likes to be on top of the chart. So at least the sun is above the horizon. But that sun in the 12th house with Chiron, with the North Node, there's a lot of significations of some, and it's debilitated. There's some tough significations there. So we're going to be talking about that at some point. Now, it's interesting that this Venus is the Atmakaraka. It's in Leo. It's up here in the 10th house. There's some tough significations there, too. We have Jupiter in Capricorn, and Jupiter's debilitated in Capricorn. That's a bit of a tough signification. One of the nice things going on in this chart is that Mercury is probably, if I look at our Bhavchalita cusps, yes, the 10th cusp is falling right at the beginning. So Mercury is probably falling around that rise, the midheaven. Mercury is in its own sign, and let's see if it's technically exalted. Mercury. Yeah, it's in its own house, so it's not technically in the exaltation. But Mercury is very happy in its own sign of Virgo. Now, right away, huge thing that's going on with this chart is that Venus is the Atmakaraka, and it is involved in a mutual exchange with the sun where the north node is. Huge, 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 huge. That is like totally, if I was reading this, I'd be like, okay, this is like the main thing to be talking about in this chart. Now, Venus has certainly got a lot of tough shit going for it. As well, the moon is also technically giving Venus a pretty good spank at 290 points. So Venus is one planet, being the Atmakaraka, it's one planet that's really starved in this chart. Now, the sun is also very starved because it's in this mutual exchange. It's in the sign of Venus, its enemy, and it's in this opposition with Saturn. Now, of course, oftentimes, what I often like to do is just to pick off the difficult things right off the bat. You were born in the generation of 1996, where they often had a troublesome time with Saturn. So just talking about Saturn would be probably useful, necessary information with regards to this chart. Saturn has rough Vimshopak. The sun isn't the best on the Vimshopak either. So Saturn and the sun and Venus are the points in this chart that I would say are the things that have the most difficulty going on. Now, Mars is doing okay, and that's going to give us a bit of saving grace because the south node is there. It's in the 10th house, which Mars likes to be in, and it's with benefic Venus. The moon is a nice placement going on in this chart, although it likes to be closer to the bottom. It's in the unstable 8th house, but the moon has some yoga power. And let's see how it's doing in Shadbala. Mercury, Mars, and the moon are kind of the saving graces of this chart in a certain way. Mercury, Mars, and the moon are doing a lot to really keep this chart together. And those are the childhood planets, which is a nice thing. There's so many ways of conveying blessings in astrology. It's worth mentioning here that your planets, the moon, Mars, and Mercury, are being the nicest setup in this chart, are going to be conveyed. The planets that operate at our earliest childhood are really going to be, they're going to set us up for the life that we're going to live and the success that we're going to have in our lives. I'm just realizing I'm fixing my timer here. So the early childhood significations are okay, at least with regards to these three planets. Now we've got Pluto in Sagittarius, and that's pretty well trine that Saturn, and Sagittarius is the second house. That, and furthermore, Pluto's in the second house. It's being channeled by Jupiter in Capricorn, and that Jupiter is technically debilitated there. So there are significations that the childhood might have been a little bit difficult in this chart. Cheers, Angelique. Nice seeing you. So let's just do a quick read here. It's always relevant. I only ever look in Placidus and whole sign. So I'm looking through Campanus, right? But the house cusps are a kind of a smaller dimension of astrology. But it's always useful to look at the midheaven. The midheaven, the IC, the fourth house cusp are two things that are useful to look at. But generally, I am a whole sign house person. So you have Pluto first house and Venus as a dominant planet. I'm not sure what makes Venus dominant in the regard you're talking about, but it's probably because Venus is closest to the midheaven. But by my regard, I would certainly call this Pluto one that is in the second house. It's because it's falling into the second house from the rising sign, and as well, the second house cusp is actually falling into Sagittarius. So that is where it's grounding its cusp energy. Even though Pluto is technically behind it, Pluto is in the same sign as the second house cusp. And furthermore, that's the second sign from the rising sign. So I would certainly say that we have a second house Pluto here. Again, this is just me as a tropical Vedic astrologer. So, the main thing that I would be reading on in this chart is the Venus-Sun mutual exchange, as well as Saturn being with Ketu debilitated in Aries. Now, thankfully, all these planets are doing pretty okay in Shadbala, all things considered. There's nothing really flagging too hard. The sun is kind of technically at 98% of what it would need for its strength. But that's still pretty close to 100. So Shadbala is pretty well okay with all these planets. It's mainly Venus as the Atmakaraka is involved in this difficult relationship with the sun in the 12th house, 10th house exchange. So we are dealing with a Scorpio rising, which means that Leo is the 10th sign and Libra is the 12th sign from the rising sign. So we have a 10th house, 12th house exchange going on in this chart. So this is going to be a key dimension of this person's experience. Now, we have a Venus Atmakaraka. The Atmakaraka, as you guys will learn by watching more and more of my videos, the Atmakaraka is a key root of the Atman, of the soul of this person. And you have Venus Atmakaraka just like I do. I find that I attract a lot of Virgo rising, a lot of Scorpio rising, and a lot of Venus Atmakaraka people. Because I myself, I've got a lot of planets in Scorpio. I got a lot of stuff going on in Virgo. Virgo's my Swamsha, which is something that we are going to talk about here. You have Venus Atmakaraka, just like I do. So it's diplomatic. It doesn't want to be too mean. It wants to use its sweetness, its intelligence. You know, Venus is like the soft padding underneath your shoes that learns how to enjoy its work. It learns how to enjoy its relationships. It essentially, depending on how Venus is set up in the chart, it learns how to endure hardship with in a pleasurable way. It tends to be a musician. It tends to be an artist. So if you were to look up Venus Atmakaraka dream, with the extra time that you have, if you ever feel like it, look up Venus Atmakaraka, and you'll find that you probably resonate strongly with what you read there. Venus Atmakaraka is somebody for whom friendship, enjoyment in life, enjoyment in the soul is very important. So here's where things get a little bit tricky with a chart like this. First of all, let me go to this place first. We're going to talk about just about the Swamsha because it's important for everybody to know. When you look at the Atmakaraka in the Navamsha chart, if anybody's ever heard of the Navamsha chart is kind of like you can break each of the signs, which are 30 degrees, break them up into 9 pieces. Venus is in the 9th piece of the sign of Leo. It's almost like the decanates. The decanates split them up into chunks of 3. First 10 degrees, second 10 degrees, third 10 degrees. It's kind of like that. But in Vedic, we have trinits, quadrits, septits, decanates. We have all these things. The Navamsha is when you split it into 9 pieces. And because you split the sign into 9 pieces, it resonates with the 9th sign. It resonates with our deep role in life. So the Navamsha is like our soul in a very deep way. So when you look at the soul planet, the Atmakaraka, where it's falling in the Navamsha, you'll find a sign that is a key part of who you are. And here we have Venus in the Navamsha of Sagittarius. I know that that's a lot, but what this comes down to is, dream if you feel like it. You can email me after this. I'll put in my email here. And for anybody, what the heck? I'm somebody who's passionate about describing Vedic astrology. Fuck it. Email me and I'll tell you what your Swamsha is. For you, dream your Swamsha. It's also called the Karakamsha. Your Swamsha is Sagittarius. It's because your Atmakaraka Venus falls into Sagittarius in the Navamsha chart. I know that's a whole lot of jargon. Let's eat a piece of ginger. Let's get ready for the next piece of sushi. Get all the technical language out of our brains and just work within what Vedic astrology is giving us here. So, Sagittarius Swamsha. I get a lot of Sagittarius Swamshas too. And I've concocted a metaphor that's a great way of describing what Sagittarius Swamsha is doing, especially because this is a person. See, wherever your Swamsha is, you want to look at planets in the birth chart that are in that sign. And you'll see that there's an interaction there. You have Pluto in your Swamsha. Pluto in the birth chart is in the sign of Sagittarius. So, needless to say, this is going to be a part of what you experience in your life. The big picture that's given about this is falling from a great height. This is the phrase that is given for Sagittarius Swamsha. Don't be alarmed. Each Swamsha is given one of these enigmatic, cryptic phrases. And that phrase is probably going to ring through your life and your experience. What you have to understand is that it's never good or bad. It's meant to be neutral. Now, this sounds bad. There's a fall from a great height. What does this mean for Sagittarius Swamsha? Anyone with a lot of Sagittarius energy is going to experience falling from a great height. What does that mean? Understand that means that you got to a great height. You have to get to the great height in order to fall. When you fall, you pick yourself up, you dust yourself off. The reason you fell so hard and from so high is because you desired to get so high. You are looking to climb to high places in life. You want to be the trapeze artist that everyone is looking at the top. Wow, is he going to be able to stand up there and under all that pressure and doing those high acts up there that nobody else would ever do? I wouldn't do it. But there is dreaming his way up to the top of some kind of high-end life experience. Because your Venus Atmakaraka is probably going to involve like media, art, music, and even material finances. It's more, you got more of a fiery Venus. So you're probably someone who's into art, social media, how the world is going in terms of, presenting yourself, the performance and presentation that you give. You might be someone who's into for Sagittarius rising. Oh yeah, so Venus rules the 7th and 12th houses. So there's a business signification there with Taurus, Venus ruling Taurus. There's significations of just somebody who is a merger of people, bringing people together, a business, corporate, employee, networking person, especially with Venus in that 10th house and Mercury in the 11th house, for that matter. It's probably a good capacity to bring the right people together to make things happen. And the Scorpio being the natural 8th house in a way, and the moon being in the 8th house of Gemini, it's probably a capacity to bring powerful people together in order to do things. And people will regard you in this way, and you'll probably have the capacity to climb to the heights of some kind of corporate ladder, or something in this regard. Either corporate or artistic or some field, which you'll climb to a high height, and then you'll probably fall and climb and fall and climb and fall and climb. This is Sagittarius Swamsha. The main thing that's trying to happen through this chart experience is finding peace with this energy, finding peace with your desire to climb higher, but being okay with being right where you are. Now, there's a key thing that's happening here, especially with Pluto being here, is that, again, like I always say, folks, plenty of people, they all have their Swamsha somewhere. When someone gets Sagittarius Swamsha, it's like, yeah, no big deal. I climb to the heights of something, and I feel the pressure there, and then I got to fall because I didn't know what else to do other than to take that pressure, take that job. But then usually you want to find some way to go to something that's less heat, less pressure, because you're always going to go for the biggest one. And then it's like, okay, I got to back up and find my space with it. I often talk about the metaphor of Icarus. Icarus wanted to go to the sun. So he went, and when he was young, he flew. He had wings like an angel. He flew up to the sun. He crisped himself in the sun. And he said, I want to go. This is my destiny. I want to purify myself, burn myself in the heat and pressure of the tectonic plates of the volcano of the sun, melting me and putting pressure to make the diamond. I want to be the diamond. But he bites off more than he can chew, and falls right down to earth. And as the story goes, he develops a traumatic relationship with his dharma. Dharma is your purpose in life, your destiny. So Icarus goes, falls to the ground and says, wow, that fucked me up. It was too heavy. I tried to be the starving artist. I tried to be that top CEO. I tried to do what I wanted to do, but it was too heavy. Now I can't deal with that destiny. It's too much for me. But as years go by, with someone with this kind of fire dharma energy, the fire within you goes, we got to go back out there. We got to do it again. So you'll be down. This is what happens with fire energy. It's up and down. This is partly why Sagittarius has this fall from a great height energy. All the fire signs have a similar thing, which Venus, as the Atmakarka in Leo, is part of this. I'm going to use this word. This is one of the things I'm getting at here, Dream. Yes, I'm a Leo rising. I say these things just outright, You have to regard what I mean when I say this, because it might not be extreme in this way. Feel it out. But there's significations here with all this fire energy, with Pluto in Sagittarius, which is your Swamsha, and with Venus, the Atmakaraka, being starved in the sign of Leo in the 10th house. What we have here is there's a very strong possibility of there being an ego regarding, I'm only happy when I'm at the top of this thing. I'm only happy when I'm high flying, when people respect me. My parents, I want my relationship, I want my lover to respect me. Venus in ruling the 7th house and the 12th house. The sun also being in that 12th house of Libra. It's really looking at what others are thinking of me in order to be as happy as I need to be. Be careful of that. That's a huge message I got to give to you in this chart. Now, I'm not going to press this button too much, but keep it in mind that the painful thing about your chart, it's a weird thing, because the first thing I have to say is You know, I'm a Leo rising, and I've got the sun conjunct Mars and Pluto. So I know a little bit of this kind of pressure. Ours are very different, but what happens with a chart like this is that when we talk about this egotism, it's this feeling that I'm only going to be happy when other people regard me as having completed something satisfactory and worthwhile in my life. I'm only going to be happy when people regard me with respect for something that we can all agree on is something that we can point at and say, Dream has it. This dude has done something very special with his life. He, against all odds, against all pressure, he went and he made something of himself, and he became very special, and he stood out amongst the crowd for this thing that he did. And there is an energy pulling you into that, because this is your Atmakarika involved in this, Venus at the top of the chart in Leo. There's two things that I have to say to you, and they're both contradictory, but this is how it has to be. Don't get too wrapped up in it, but don't not do it. It's a bit of a bitch of a placement, but it's probably cool when it's good. It's, you know, like all things in Leo, it's very bright when it's bright, but Leo placements, when they're ill, cast a shadow just as long as the ray that hits the object that's casting the shadow. Your bigs are big, your goods are big, and your losses are big. But, you know, I want you to know that it's probably the case that if you understand this correctly, if you put this in the right way, what you should understand is that when you are doing what your Venus soul wants to do, even when it's painful, what's going to happen is that you're going to feel, especially because of the sun in Libra, the way you got with that Rahu there. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to be hard on you, buddy. But I think you can take it. I think you need it. At least in this moment, I'm being hard on you, because it's better for me as an astrologer to be hard on you than for you to not expect it. Because the sun is in Libra in that 12th house with Rahu and Chiron there, there's the vibration of others is it permeates your being. How you are seen to others permeates your being. And there's a strong desire at some level to, you know, you've really got to talk about the sun and Saturn in debilitated, opposing each other and harming each other and bringing each other down. Saturn wants to do everything itself in Aries, which is the worst thing to do. The sun, sorry, I just smacked my microphone. The sun should be taking its spirituality, its kingdom. The kingdom that you want to create should not be leveraged or compensated or, compromised. The sun in Libra tends to compromise its kingdom for the sake of helping everybody out. And that's sun is debilitated in Libra. Now that's where your sun is. So you have to understand there's some dimension of you that's going to do this. But the sun, yourself, your nature, who you truly are within you, should not be compromised for the sake of trying to make other people impressed by you. But you have this thing of wanting to make an impression on people that will make you compromise your true nature. Now, the other thing that compounds with this is, you said go ahead. I'm noticing that now, and thank you, Dream. The thing that goes along with this is that Saturn is in Aries. Saturn is supposed to operate through Libra. The times in life where you need help and using the people and resources around you, making peace with them, learning to communicate with them, through them. This is what Saturn does. It learns how to keep its own boundaries in order, its own root chakra, its own financial reality, its own bottom line, it has to use Libra to communicate with everybody what its boundaries are and align with everybody, tell everybody this is the goal that I'm ultimately seeking to go towards, and I can help you if you'll help me, but it has to be done in consent. It has to be done so it's mutually beneficial for the two of us. What's happening here is that the sun gets bunged up, feeling that nobody thinks I'm special enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work very hard by myself in ways that nobody can see. And that's how I'm going to get my anger out. The feeling that I'm not doing enough in my life. I'm going to be Saturn in Aries. I'm just going to quietly do a whole bunch of work for everybody, quietly where no one can see it. I'm never going to say, no thank yous are going to be asked for by me. And it's coming from an I'm a piece of shit consciousness. There's a lot of that in here. And I'm thinking with Pluto in that second house, which is the Swamsha of Sagittarius, there's probably a little bit of everyone thinks I'm a piece of shit, and I'm a piece of shit because of something that happened in my childhood or something that happened to me in my puberty time from the age of 12 to the age of 32. With Venus being in Leo, trying to be regarded as being sexually, erotically capable to other people. I don't know how you are. You could be great at this. But again, the point is, when we're talking about astrology, it's not necessarily the planet itself. It's how you feel about it. You got a very Venus in a volatile place where sometime in your puberty age, from age 12, when we begin puberty, to age 32, that's the time of Venus. Somewhere in that time, you're probably still in this right now. Things are happening for you to make you feel like you have to prove yourself to the opposite gender. And when you don't, when you can't, when you feel emasculated, or I'm non-binary, I'm bisexual, at least I've kind of always been that way. As Venus Atmakarika, you might feel a little bit of that. I shouldn't say that necessarily, though, because I got a lot of things that feminize the hell out of me in my chart. You might not necessarily have the same experience, but if you ever feel emasculated, this would bring this chain into effect. Begins really at Saturn, and Saturn and the Sun are both working through this, and it ends in this mutual exchange. Even Saturn is ruled by Aries, and Aries is ruled by Mars, and Mars is with Venus in Leo. Mars channels into Leo. Leo, the chain, goes to Libra, and then the Sun goes back to Leo. So Saturn's chain ends with this mutual exchange. Thankfully, Mercury's chain ends right there in Mercury. The Moon's chain ends with that nice Mercury there too. Jupiter, being debilitated in Capricorn, is channeled by Saturn, which is channeled by Mars, which gets funneled into this thing as well, this Sun-Venus interchange. So the big thing I want to say here is that Saturn being in Aries, when you feel like you're inadequate with the opposite sex or whatever sex you're trying to go for, it funnels into this feeling of everybody thinks I'm a joke. And I've got to do something to get out there to prove everybody that I'm not a joke. And so what happens is you probably put a lot of energy into 10th house, like Hail Marys. You know what I mean? In football, when there are so many plays where you try to get the ball only a little bit forward, you hike it to the quarterback, he grabs it, and then he runs up the field. But there are the occasional plays they call a Hail Mary, where everyone's back there, and one guy secretly runs to the other side of the field. And then the thrower guy, I think it's the quarterback, I don't know foot like American football, throws the ball to that guy. It's a Hail Mary. Oh, and then he catches it, right? So you are somebody who's got to be careful with like quick schemes, Hail Mary. This is going to fix everything that's wrong with me. I know it for sure. I'm going to do this one thing and it's going to fix me. And you'll just suffer. You know, what you're probably doing is wasting a lot of energy, suffering by feeling like you're a piece of shit, even though you're not, and working silently, quietly, getting out a whole bunch of existential angst by yourself, never asking for help. And all the while you come along, and where you could be spending time, in order to get you out of this, you could be building on what you want to do with yourself. But because the sun is in Libra, there's a need to, you almost want to do it through other people's appreciation of you. So while you spend a lot of time with the sun in Libra, trying through relationships, and even in a 12th house way, just, this is part of the piece, I'm a piece of shit energy, is fuck it, I'm going to serve people. And you probably help people with this 12th house energy. You probably do a lot of things quietly without asking for a thank you. And everyone says thank you. But it's not aligned with, I'm a powerful person, I have a powerful destiny, and I need to align myself with my daily living now in order to build on the kingdom that I seek for myself. It's not going to happen with a Hail Mary. You might be, because of the way this thing is spring-loaded, if you focus on who you are now, the wealth that you seek to have now, the abundance, the love, the self-realization, letting go of the mirrors, smashing them, and just being happy with who you are, still being friends with people, having relationships, because that is a part of who you are. You might even spend a lot of time giving to friends, giving to loved ones, and then suffering silently alone with Saturn. A lot of that is just in the makeup of you. But you got to recognize that too much of all this is stopping you from aligning your resources towards the destiny that you seek to be right now. It's getting wish-washed back and forth between debt and enjoyment, probably. But it's like a 12th house, like, I have to relieve myself from the Saturn in the 6th house with K2 energy. Saturn with the K2 in the 6th house is going to go work at some job quietly, burn its nervous system out, and then it needs to relax and have some fun time with its friends, party, go on a boat. I'm on a boat, drinking with friends, 12th house stuff, just to get the pain of the 6th house out of the way. And this thing is getting you probably caught up in a nervous system containment. And Venus the whole while, with that in the 10th house in Leo, Venus is starved here. It feels that all of this is keeping me from this Hail Mary that I'm hoping someday, one day, there's going to be this opportunity that's going to show me that this was it. This is what I toiled in this way for. Everybody called me a piece of shit, and now this is it. This is my time. This is the opportunity for me to finally get out of this containment. And then what's going to happen next? Sagittarius falls from a great height. Whatever that thing is, that Hail Mary that you think is going to get you out of this, is probably something that's going to be very unstable. So I see that you keep everything private, especially with this 12th house energy. You've got to learn how to keep what private in the appropriate way. Really, I hope that this whole thing has given you this sort of message that, first of all, accept and forgive yourself for the childhood, for the life that has put you in this sort of way where you would be this way. There's a lot of good things that happen with all of these too. Saturn in Aries has its own strengths. It can endure through a lot, although it probably endures through more than it should. Sun in Libra is actually very diplomatic. It's amenable to other people. Now, the key thing that needs to happen with this chart is that Venus really needs to start thinking about what is going to give my soul the ultimate happiness, and how do I align myself to, basically, a key thing that I'm reading into this is that you got to find some way to not feel like a piece of shit. Easier said than done, right? But, nobody is actually a piece of shit. There's no bad human being out there. We're all just victims of circumstances in a lot of ways. And even our nature, even the circumstances that we move through are malleable. We can move through them. We can change them. A key part of what's going to probably help you do this is self-help books. You know, those kind of books that bring it all together to the center. You know, stuff like Eckhart Tolle. With this Venus and Jupiter are both the gurus of astrology. Jupiter is the guru of of purpose and dharma, finding the right purpose, but even materially, like using the abundance of planet Earth in order to jump to the highest heights that the Sagittarian Jupiter seeks to jump to. Venus is the guru of what we call the Asuras. And the Asuras is like the earthly energy, the emotional energy, the energy that we use on Earth to ameliorate suffering. It's also a financial thing. You know, you don't have too much going on in Capricorn. Oh yeah, you do. Capricorn and Cancer. You've got Jupiter and Neptune there in Capricorn. And you've got Venus at Makaraka. Venus, of course, rules Taurus and Libra, earth and air. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius, earth and air. So, yeah, and you got Uranus there too. These are very rooted because Scorpio has Capricorn and Aquarius like at the 4th house at the bottom of its chart. So it's very important for you to develop, again, this self-help type stuff, coming right to the center, being able to sit, concentrate your mind, and be in the present moment. Eckhart Tolle is good stuff for this kind of chart. The Power of Now. And especially learning how to cope with a mind that's always feeling like looking at others for how you're doing and not taking them too seriously. But orienting yourself in a way where, you know, if you were to completely get away from other people and their prying eyes who are looking into how you're doing, you might have to do that sometimes, actually, with the sun in the 12th house, in a way. With the sun and the north node in the 12th house all together in Libra here, you need to find how do I describe it? You know, other people are your 12th house, which is a very weird thing. That's how Scorpio kind of operates, is that when they're in 12th house mode, which for everybody else is a isolating thing, Scorpio is actually operating almost unconsciously, helping other people, doing things for other people. When they got good planets there, it's a very revitalizing thing. But this, for you, to give yourself relief, you go and talk to your friends and do things for your friends and put on a smile. I'm Libra. I'm Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky personality. And I can be happy for you in this moment of you having suffering. Let me just smile and help you through your thing. Because me smiling is going to help you through your thing. And then maybe somewhere along the way, I might actually be able to smile someday. You know, that's what I see going on with this placement. You probably spend a lot of energy going around soaking up other people's negativity and smiling so you can help them get through their thing. And then at the end of the day, you take this big, heavy sack of darkness from everybody and you essentially move it through your guts, through the 6th house, and use it and get it out by doing Saturn and Aries things, which is working hard quietly by yourself, just purifying it out. But like you might have like anxiety and moments where it's just like this energy is channeling through you from everybody because you're so sensitive to what everybody's got going on. As an empath, which I think you probably are, you got to be able to make sure you know how to turn that off. You've got to be able to let go of everybody else's thing. And since this is partly a way of how you like to do this, it's okay for you at some levels to
relieve yourself of the existential pain of your feeling like you're not good enough by smiling to everybody doing this thing that you do. At some level, it's okay for you to do that. But because the North Node is there, you're going to do it too much. You're going to learn when you're about 43, if you don't have a nervous breakdown at that point, you're going to learn that there are limits to how much that can give you. So this is interesting. Now, Dream says, in crowds, you feel exhausted and you love to isolate. So I wonder if this Libra 12th house thing of doing things for other people, like, do you have a lot of close friends and family, people at work who you sit with in an isolated way? It's just you and them, and you talk with them about their problems, and it makes you feel good that you're helping them with their problems, but you never switch it around. You don't ask anybody for help with your problems. You just shoulder them quietly and just bring yourself down into rubble. You should be very careful of your eating habits and your spine and your nervous system, because your spine is something that you should spend time in a 12th house, 6th house way, just doing yoga, stretching, breathing, letting go of the tension inside of your mind by working through tension inside of your body. That's something you should do. So you've mentioned that you get exhausted in crowds and you love to isolate. Again, I wonder if you have connections with people who you help a lot in a one-on-one way, not necessarily in a crowd, and this allows you to feel like you're helping the world. It's a relief to you, but it doesn't actually help with what you've got going on, what you're doing. You had. So now, while we still have time here, Dream, I feel like, while we still have time here, it's important for us to talk about the key psychological roof to this whole thing going on. Is you've got to make sure that you aren't overly obsessed with what people think of you, but you can't let this stop you from acting in the world completely, because you got so much karma loaded up in actions that involve you being seen and regarded by people in the world. You're somewhat of a performer, probably, with this Atmakarika Venus in the 10th house here. You're probably someone who does talk to people, who's an important business networking person. And I wonder if the audio is out of sync for anybody else. I'd like to know if that's the case. Thank you, Kay, for asking it. But yeah. So it's important for you to find peace with being someone who performs in this way, and especially if you're a performer type person, or you're a lawyer, or you're a counselor like me. I'm doing this astrology stuff. If I have some really gunky things going on in my personal life, it's going to make it very hard for me to come online and be in the exuberant energy that I am. If I ever have a bad day, I'm still probably going to come on and do this stuff, but I'll probably do less. I would do like one chart and say, okay, everybody, I'm down in the dumps today. Can't do a full reading today. I'm fired up right now in my life and all things are good. But that's the nature of a performer. The show must go on, whether you're depressed or anxious or not. The audio is out of sync. That is very inconvenient. God, I hate that. So stay with me, folks. I'm going to reset my stream. But just stay. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about, I'm going to show you guys an important technique that we use in Vedic astrology. I'm just going to reset my stream to get the audio back. So okay. I don't know if it's the Virgo in me, but I hate when the audio is off. So it should be a little better. If it's not, whatever. We got to rock and roll here. So Dream, my friend, you have a lot of things going on for you in your chart still. Remember, everybody has some things that can bring them through the morass of things. But you do, it's worth me saying that You've got a lot of things that would show significations of a bit of a load on you. So it's important for you to take it easy on yourself and recognize when we have a chart like this, sometimes life is just like this. We dream, we go to sleep, and we wake up, and the chessboard has been put in places where we've got a lot of things pointed at us, rooks and bishops that can come and take all of our stuff, and we just woke up to this chessboard this way. It's not my fault. What the hell is this? But life has this way of purifying itself, aligning itself with truth, destiny, and necessity. It might be a bit of a cleanup incarnation where you might experience yourself falling from these heights and having these experiences. It's all there. And if I'm reading you correctly, Kay, these things are here. And all of the houses of astrology are not a big deal or not a big deal. They're neutral. It's our karma that makes us experience them as any sort of way. So dream, like all of us, you got to take the good things in your chart and the things that are even beyond astrology, which is with your 12th house going on. Let's see, how's your 9th house thing going on? The moon is okay, which would be technically your 9th house. Your Jupiter is debilitated. So try to find some peace in knowing that no matter how your nervous system is oriented, there is a science to it. There is a way of dealing with it. Really, for someone, if you ever get really bad, especially in your 40s, you might be finding the load that I'm talking about where you feel like I can do nothing but what Dustin said, which is to do things for people and then work quietly by myself. Because by the time you're 48, your K2's gonna mature, and you will have gone through a lot of lessons of not taking on more than you need to and doing what's right for you. Because Saturn is harming Aries and doing what's right for you and your kingdom. K2 is going to mature. At 36, you're going to feel the first swing of this, where you're biting off more than you can chew, doing things for people that aren't actually helping you, and also even isolating yourself in unhealthy ways. 36 is where this is going to first start to come to your attention. Then the age 43, you're going to probably be very aware, like you could be set up to, the audio is out of sync. Thank you, Marina. Damn, I don't know what that's about. At age 43, you could be set up in a way where you have like a nervous breakdown or something. We don't know that for sure. But if you feel these kinds of things happening, it's your life, your nervous system is trying to talk to you and telling you that you're doing something that is not serving your whole system. This is the only reason I'm saying this. I'm not saying that anything bad is going to happen to you. I'm saying that if you don't take care of your own nervous system, if you don't research psychology, self-help books, self-reliance, then you're going to find that your nervous system gets deteriorated as time goes on, and it's going to be harder for you to deal with your 40s. In your 40s, you're going to be dealing with this axis more strongly. You're going to have to find the balance between yourself and your relationships, Aries and Libra. And at 43, you're going to find that relationships and the people who you're working for, the people who you love to give extra energy to as a sort of service to relieve yourself of the existential pain of feeling like a piece of shit, you're going to find that they don't even appreciate it as much as you're giving it. You're trying to not feel like a piece of shit, so you go and buy somebody a pretzel, and they're like, thanks, I don't really like pretzels though. And you're like, it doesn't matter because I'm doing this for me. And they're like, okay, well, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm not laughing, but you have to understand that this is the energy that's being implied here. And you're going to have to find that a lot of the energy that you piss away buying pretzels for people who don't want pretzels, they're going to see and not appreciate it. And you're going to look back on that and say, oh boy, I did it for my own need to relieve this pressure, And I thought that it was going to, why doesn't everybody appreciate the pretzels that I buy them? And you're going to look around and it's going to be everybody else's fault for not enjoying my pretzels. But they never asked for the pretzels. They don't want the pretzels. I'm laughing because it's kind of a silly, but I'm always thinking of metaphors like this. You got to dig that this energy that you're giving away for people that's not coming from a place of actually wanting to care for them and nurture them, but just trying to relieve your own existential guilt for not doing something that nobody asked you to do, is not serving you. If that's the case now, and it might not even be the case right now, but in your 40s, you might find this is an energy and a theme where God's thumb is pushing down on you and saying, nobody wants the pretzels. And then you've got to figure out, well, what am I supposed to do with this energy then? What am I supposed to do with my relationships? What do my relationships actually mean to me? And at that point, you're probably going to be thinking about the fact, is this whole pretzel buying thing a distraction from my destiny? Aries, where your south node is. And you're going to find that I've had a destiny this whole time, but Saturn was there. And I couldn't quite figure it out. There's things that happened to me that made it difficult for me to reckon with my own destiny, what I needed to do for myself. I'm a victim. And then it's going to be the same thing. You're a victim. We're all victims. We all experience it. What are you going to do about it? And that's going to happen around 48. At that point, there's going to be no one to blame. The pretzels and the smoke have cleared, and now there's just you with what you can do with who you are right now. So it's good to... Guys are laughing at my pretzel metaphor. I love it. Laughing with me, I'm sure. Said the Leo rising. With this whole thing going on, I'm being a reflector right now. I'm very much being a reflector right now. And a lot of the times, us as astrologers, it's good enough to reflect, at some level. Because I want you to recognize that what this is getting you to do is recognize that some part of your destiny is involved with relationships, dealing with people, having a love relationship, especially because you're Scorpio rising with Venus as your Atmakaraka. You've got to also be very aware of being someone for whom relationships is like this trophy thing, or it's this like, I need to prove to everybody that I'm not a piece of shit. And if I have a lover, they're going to give me the emotional satisfaction that I need to perform. I'm lonely. I'm sexually, I don't have enough going on in my life. I'm erotically, emotionally, don't have enough exchange. I feel dry. And if I have a relationship, this relationship, whom I'm a little bit combative with, will allow me to have this rejuvenation energy. And I'll get rejuvenated with my partner, and that rejuvenation with my partner will allow me to perform and to rid myself of this piece of shit energy by trying to make something of myself. This is very capable of making the situation operate where you're using your lover and not actually being present with the nature of them. And when you slow down and listen to the nature of your lover, you might find that they bug you. There are things about them that bug you, that aren't perfect, that aren't ideal. And this is the nature of a starved Venus in a fire sign. Specifically, it's starved by the sun. We have to recognize that our lovers are not our toys. They're not our playthings. They're not objects for us to use. They are themselves a soul. And we are ourselves a soul. We want to also to be treated for who we truly are. So if being Venus Atmakarka is one thing that's interesting, because you're not stupid to the nature of Venus. You want to be loved for who you truly are. That's probably one of the key whole things that's operating this whole psychological I'm not good enough thing. So you want to be loved for who you truly are. And if you get involved with a partner who is just an object for you, a head to step on your way to your greatness that you seek to very temporarily experience in the glimmering light of the trapeze act, which you're going to probably fall from and rise to and fall from in waves anyway, which you shouldn't, there's my alarm, you shouldn't take all of that personally anyway. Be aware that the more you slow down, you meditate, and experience the junk in your own nervous system, even though it's painful, that's going to, you have a choice. You can either be mortified by the junk inside the nervous system of the other people, including your lover, or you can sit and let the tension of your existential angst move through like a river. And don't aim it at yourself, but be with it, accept it, forgive yourself, and just let the river flow within you. That way, the nervous tension of trying to deal with people, getting along with people, you should take moments by yourself to let that river flow through, so that you don't essentially experience it all through the partner. When you let it go through yourself once in a while, then you'll talk to your partner. There will be tension. This is Venus and Mars stuff. Tension, and even sexual tension, which is fun when you begin the relationship. But later on down the road, it's probably more frustrating that the only sexual tension that I ever experienced with my lover is one that has a little bit of anger and frustration and this kind of thing. I don't see that being necessarily too bad of a thing. Venus and Mars aren't enemies, but Mars is a malefic that is kind of crisping up your Venus a little bit there. But if you can sit with the existential angst that comes from your own nervous system and not from anybody else, it's going to allow it to move through and not be aimed at anyone else. So you can have a functional lover in your life and experience through them what you really seek, which is to be loved for who you are. Because to be honest with you, your lovers in your life probably love you for who you are. You just don't believe it. Because how can anybody love me? And you've attracted this person, and in your brain, it's like I've attracted to somebody who's the only person I could possibly get because I'm who I am. And even this person couldn't possibly love me. They got to be faking it. They got to just be putting up with me. So I'm putting up with them. If you learn to let all that shit just flow through, give your lover the space to love you for who you truly are, you'll probably be surprised that they actually love you for who you are, not for what you do for them, not for the bread and the bacon that you bring home, but just for who you are without even trying. Once you experience love for what you are without even trying, you're going to recognize how unnecessarily hard you've been trying to experience this love. This whole act, all this career stuff, all this stuff that's so extra as I've been talking about it, it's sourced on not being loved for who you are without trying. Once you're loved for who you are without trying, then you're probably still going to be this performer who still does things for people as a relaxation from it, who still puts a lot of time and effort into shouldering responsibilities yourself without asking for help. You might still do a lot of that, but the central pin of feeling like I'm not worthy of being loved is going to be relaxed and worked out. And that's going to really help this whole situation. I always aim everything to myself, so I relate to a lot. I take love and be loved in high regard. I don't believe them. Trust issues, right? You know, especially with this Pluto in the second house, your childhood probably made it feel a little bit like with Pluto there, like like Pluto, the Plutonian feeling of the second house is our erotic energy. It's the feeling like we are attractive and we have value and people love us. So there's a Plutonian compulsion here in Sagittarius to feel wild. Really, at some level, you've got to break through into a Sagittarian wolf-like wildness and just let yourself be what you want to be. You know, there are things that pull you into a higher evolutionary order of being. And you're going to do this for people too. That was the metaphor I meant to say at the beginning. They say Sagittarius is a centaur. In Vedic astrology, we say it's actually a man and a horse. A man that's on top of a horse. I like that metaphor a lot better. Here's why. Sagittarius is the 9th sign, and it is a fire sign. It's the mutable fire sign. Mutable means it's malleable according to other people, other influences. Leo is very much ourselves, and Aries is also very much ourselves, clawing into the world through our own. We're not really asking the world to merge with us in Aries. We're kind of taking from it. With Leo, we're very much ourselves, taking what we get from Aries and fixating it into something that is our kingdom, our skills, our nature, our truth, our reality. Sagittarius is when we take Leo and we start to listen to how this can be applied effectively to the world. It's the mutable fire sign. It's the 9th sign. It's our philosophy. It's our dharma. It's our deepest purpose in life. It's a man on a horse. What does this metaphor mean? The horse is our lower nature. It's who we are right now. And see, I have to say this metaphor. It's okay. We'll take the time. A horse, if it's left to its own devices, it runs wild and free. It runs wild and free in the forest, and it has no one to bother it. No one to bother the horse. It runs wild and free, can gallop to the highest heights that its genetic material can gallop, but only to that extent. It's limited by its genome. It's limited by the fact that it's a horse. It doesn't have thumbs, it doesn't have fingers. It's a horse. Now, the horse comes along and finds this man, and the man essentially breaks the horse. It's a hard word to use, but the man tames the horse. The horse learns to trust that this man is an arbiter for a higher evolutionary order. The man takes the horse. I know this is a hard metaphor for, the horse has its own wisdom too, and this has to be a balance. The horse is taken in by the man. The man puts a plow on the horse. The horse plows the man's fields with its giant digging thing, and it digs up all the rows so that the man can plant the seeds. The man uses the horse for purposes which are of a higher evolutionary intellectual order. Now, the horse can also teach the man. The horse also teaches the man how to get off of his high horse and come down to earth. And, if you push the horse too hard, it's going to kick. It's going to leave. It's going to kick the gate out and it's going to say, fuck this guy, and it's going to leave. It's going to go off and run free like it did. And that would be sad, because then the horse is running free, but it's not being bound to a higher order. It's painful for the horse to be bound to the will of man. And it's also hard for the man to combine with the horse. Man, in this case, represents a higher evolutionary order of being. But higher is not necessarily the way. It's further. But the person who's further in the game is no better than the horse, who is also... See, evolution is not from here to here. It's actually a circle. So the horse and the man are no further than each other or no higher than each other. But they are on different parts of the spectrum, and they need to come together. Sagittarius people, Pluto in Sagittarius especially, but especially for someone who's Sagittarius Swamsha, with Pluto in Sagittarius, you are the human who's bringing all the horses of other people into a higher order of evolutionary being. You're teaching everybody to be at a higher state of evolution. But in order to do that, you have to do it yourself. You have to be amenable to authority You have to be amenable to the idea of finding men or women, sages, people who are wise, who are of a higher evolutionary order of being. So you can take your Leo and merge it with the wisdom of others who have come before you and who will come after you. That's the mutable, that's Sagittarius. With Pluto there, in your second house especially, it's very likely that when you were younger, this was a very compulsive, difficult experience. I read compulsive just as I saw it on your comment here. Your last relationship with a Sag rising, and she would have had her Sagittarius rising where your Pluto is. There's probably definitely some karmic interactions happening there. So in order for you to be a human who yokes the world into a higher order of evolutionary being, you also have to be able to be yoked to a higher order of evolutionary being, whether that's some kind of guru figure or a book or something or someone who's going to see the horse needs to be yoked in by this other man. The horse won't do it itself. The horse is just going to run wild and free. But you also need to be able to learn to be wild and free. You have to be the horse. You have to gallop at your highest speed and jump over the fence once in a while. Be yourself. Learn to make yourself happy in that second house. And find out, particularly, what might have happened to you in childhood that would have stopped you from feeling like your natural sexual masculine nature is fun and enjoyable for people and has value. And I haven't asked you about your pronouns or anything like that, so I shouldn't necessarily say just masculine. But whatever gender nature it is that wants to come through you, in order for you to feel like you're magnetic and attractive and happy in your nature, through the second house, that might have been stopped in childhood, and this is something that you want to make peace with. Now, thank you. I've heard you say it's okay, and I appreciate that. The last thing I want to do before we call it a day on this reading, I'm already going longer than I should. We're going to do one more reading after this, folks, but I just want to read one thing here. We've got the 10th Lord mixing in with the 12th. 5th and 10th. Okay. Yeah. 10th and 11th. Exchange of 10th and 12th Lords. So, everybody, this is coming from a book called Parivartana Yoga by Alan Anand. This is a book that's all about mutual exchanges. This is extremely important for you in your understanding of all things astrology. You have the 10th Lord, the Sun, exchanging with the 12th Lord, Venus. This is a Danya Parivartana Yoga, where the lords are in a mutual 3rd and 11th house relationship. So this house is in the 3rd house from the 10th. And the 10th house is in the 11th house from this house. Leo is in the 11th house from Libra. And Libra is in the 3rd house from Leo. Okay? So this yoga may reveal its effect through scandal or unwelcome publicity, whether personal or professional. This native is torn between the pursuits of spirituality, the 12th house, and his career, the 10th house, and will therefore suffer frustrations in both, especially because these planets don't like each other. One cannot worship Lakshmi and Saraswati under the same roof. Lakshmi being material, Saraswati being 12th house spiritual. That's a tough read there, and I understand it, but there is a balance that needs to be found here. Since this person's goals are really more spiritual than mundane, this person is disciplined. This person's disinclined to work hard for materialistic gain, which means at some level you just want to be the spiritual person who does things to help people, but you're disinclined towards materialistic gain. There's some part of it that's beautiful, but you can't let it, just like our last reading, you can't let it undermine your root chakra and your own financial material security and needs. This person can have difficulty finding their true career. They experience reversals in their profession, losses in business, and sometimes general unhappiness in their career. Their profession may involve isolation or rehabilitation, such as in hospitals, sanitariums, correctional institutions, or ashrams. Some aspect of their job causes worry or unrest, which contributes to anxiety and insomnia. Their sexual reputation may be exposed to the public eye, or their career may be somehow related to sexuality, something just good to keep in mind. It's because the 10th house is being interchanged with the 12th house. Remember, the 12th house regarding sexuality is this like, I've been repressed and now I need to get out this energy because I deserve it. And that's a very volatile place to operate sexually, right? This person can work for a multinational company or take up foreign residence because of their career. Alternatively, their career may involve import or export or immigration. That's the 12th house stuff involved with the career. They have many expenses or losses in business through foreign exchange, tax deductions, customs duties, or government penalties. So all those things are probably worthwhile for you to explore so you don't, catch them before they catch you, right? So that you do catch them before they catch you. So I wanted to get that out before, just a nice little nugget of things. Digest this. Remember, that's from Parivartana Yoga. That's by Alan Anand. It's the idea that comes from the 10th house and the 12th house being wrapped together, especially in dissonant tones. I wanted to share that with you before we call it a day. Now, Dream, my friend, there's lots of things to look for. The Virgo in me has definitely given you lots of things to look for. A very important key is for you to find self-love. I think once you start chipping away at that, your relationships are going to come into greater peace. Relationships are important to you as you're a Venus Atmakaraka. So do a bit of learning about relationships, about self-help, and like that bottom line whole self-realization type stuff. You got some 12th house energy. So it'd be good for like Eckhart Tolle's Power of Now type things, but don't go so much into the mystical Eckhart Tolle land without grounding it in material providence and spirituality. There's a lot of spirituality involved and available in your reality as well. It's good that you've got that masculine and feminine inside you. It's good to have both. It's a very Venus Atmakaraka thing. I think that you have a lot to bring to the world. You have a lot of spirituality that you can bring the raw, wild horse of this world and people into. But you have to do it for yourself first. It's going to take patience. It's going to take consciousness. You're still young. You're probably going through your Saturn return right now. You're 1996. You're 5 years younger than me, so you're about 28. So yeah, Saturn is right about to be coming into your Saturn return in 2026. Saturn's going to enter that place. It's also going to be, of course, in the same sign as your South Node. Probably going to be a tough time, but it has to happen. And anything that Saturn does, it's not actually limiting us. It's narrowing our expectations for being anything other than what we are. I just put a great little thing that might be useful for you. I put a little YouTube short. It talks about Buzz Lightyear, how he wanted to fly, but he couldn't fly. And Woody reminded him that this is an unnecessary expectation for you. The sooner you come into realization that what you are right now is exactly what you're supposed to be, the sooner you can let go of the expectation of me trying to be something and not being it and getting anxiety from that. That's all made up. The anxiety of being what you aren't is made up because you are what you are right now. Anything outside of what you actually are right now is just a loophole in your head that's just leaking gas for no reason. Got to be patient with yourself, forgive, accept what you have right now, and move forward with conscientiousness and self-love. I hope that this has been helpful for you, Dream. Be patient with yourself. maybe even see a career manager for your job because of everything we've talked about in that last bit. Career management might be something worth you getting into at some point. So you got to manage your finances such so that you can read a book on self-help and eventually not get into career management, but find a counselor who can give you good counsel on what to do with your career. So again, everybody, let's thank Dream. Great job, buddy. You went through a lot on this one today. So thank you so much for allowing us to observe your chart and to see what's going on with your chart and with your experience. We love you. Hey, TB, we're about to do another reading, everybody. So for now, let's say again, cheers to Dream. Now, for Dream and for everybody watching, Dream, if you ever want to get in even more deeply into everything we've talked about here, you can always catch me at astrology@dustincormier.net, and I can give you a little bit more to dig into. Now, don't put in your birth times yet. There will be a time for us to put in our birth time, everybody, in just like 5 minutes. So I've put in my email here for Dream or for anybody who wants to do a real reading with me. Because even when I'm doing these things, I'm only doing a cold reading, so I haven't spent any time digging as deeply as I can into the reading. And as well, for everybody watching, this is my PayPal link. No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. I better get the actual one. And as I always say, I just love doing this stuff, everybody. So donations are never expected, but always appreciated. My pleasure, Dream. It was you were a great sport, and you did great in holding all this, listening to me. You were talking to me the whole way through. You made it very good and easy for us to explore astrology together. So thank you very much for that. So excellent job, Dream. Let's give him a nice little Dumbledore clap. And for everybody else hanging out here, we still got quite a few people watching, which is always nice. This is going to be our last cold reading for the day. We got one more to go. Thank you, Taurus Rising. I love to do it. I feel very blessed to hang out with you guys and to do these readings with you. So, one more for the day. Let's rock and roll, folks. Hit it. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to eat a piece of chocolate. Today I'm exploring Divine, co-owned by Cocoa Farmers Dark Chocolate, 70%. These are from some folks in Ghana, and I think that I don't know, it was on sale. That's why I bought it. It's dark chocolate, but it apparently goes to those farmers and stuff, so that's pretty cool or whatever. Yeah, and we're gonna mow on that in just a minute, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. So, see you guys in just a minute. Put your birth times in, folks. We got one left. Now's the time. Put in your birth times. We're going to do one more reading, everybody, and then we're gonna call her a day. So, I'll see you guys in just a sec.
Oh boy. I got the brain drain, coach. I've been having these smoothies lately in the morning. It's got all sorts of protein and like just a whole bunch of good stuff in there. Hemp seed, seaweed powder, ginger. Ginseng is huge, folks. If you're not into ginseng yet, get on board. Where have you been? Ginseng is the shit right now for me. I've been making them for myself and my dad because I gotta feed my dad with a fucking slingshot. Health food because he won't do it himself. Chocolate medicine. Quite correct, mud chap. Okay, folks. So thank you all for inserting your birth times. Now, everybody here, most of the folks here have been hanging this whole time. And God bless you guys for it. I see a few more 1981s in here. 1981. Silver's 1982. Damn, Silver, I gotta do you at some point. I wonder if we've done a chart reading for you at all. But we gotta be fair. We gotta pick from the litter. So, for all those who have inserted your birth time, I always have to give the caveat. This is an astrology birth reading. So, again, our intention is not to take your skeletons out of the closet for all to see. But, due to the nature of astrology, we are going to dig deep into psychological things, as you guys have seen. Oh, not yet, Silver? I got to do you at some point, buddy, but it's okay. Let's keep the ball spinning. It's the best thing is for us to be fair for everybody here. When we're doing astrology, the nature of it is that we are going to go deep into your psychology, and I'll often be poking and prying and being a Virgo and pressing buttons and seeing what kind of reactions happen. But especially when you get a reading with me, I go deep and I go hard. Now, when I do so, you are not obliged to say anything or speak to anything that you don't want to speak to. If I mention something very testy about your 8th house or your 2nd house related to something that happened to you in childhood that you don't want to talk about, I'm not going to go any deeper if you don't say anything about it. I'll say that significations could happen here, and you can feel free to fill us in and let us know whether I'm correct or, that's part of our intention here is to just talk about astrology. And when I say something and it clicks, it's always nice when the person is like, oh my God, I relate to that. But you don't have to say anything about anything. Keep that in mind, okay? Everyone loves the bluntness. It's the Leo rising is attracting my Leo rising tribe. All right, so I'm going to put this here. All right, folks. Now, Regina, looks like you just got in at the right time. Regina. So that'll be our last one. Regina, you are a part of this pool. Now, last time, what did we pick? Like 37? That was an interesting one. Well, we've got a big pool. We've got to pick a big number. I'm going to go with 36. 37 was like a weird number, but now we're going to go with 36. And this time we're going to start from the bottom. Oh, to keep it fresh. Damn, that fucking chocolate's good. Chocolate! You guys ever watch SpongeBob? Chocolate! All right, I'm starting at Regina. I'm going up. Our number's 37. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 36. Okay. Wow, it's funny. It's the person I was thinking of, or that I was looking at previously. My friend, the chosen one, the one who has been chosen for our final reading of the day. We have another 1981 person here. My dear Alexandra Dudkiewicz. Dudkiewicz. Hopefully I'm getting your last name somewhat correct. Alexandra, my dear, are you still with us? Alexandra Dudkiewicz from Warsaw, Poland. Or at least that's where you were born. Leah prefers pretzels. That's hilarious. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Alexandra. Dudkiewicz. Something like that? Well, I'm going to call you Alexandra. Welcome, Alexandra. Thank you for hanging out with me and all of my cronies here, my critters and creatures on my YouTube channel. I appreciate you all so much for being here. It's a dream come true for me. Alexandra, you have been chosen. So you've heard the whole caveat, and if you're all still okay with everything as I've described it, let's rock and roll and let's dig into your birth chart. Now, congratulations. You have asked for it. And now it's coming at you. Alexandra. Now, Alexandra, you are born during another one of these key periods. I'm going to be making a video soon describing key periods that have happened in history with what I call crazy charts. The reason this is crazy, let's see, October 30th, 1981. The reason this is a crazy chart is because of, in around 1981, there was significant placements going on with Pluto's south node is in Capricorn. Its north node is in Cancer. That means that axis is important for everybody, and at certain times in history, people were born with certain charts that entangle their personal karma in the collective karma of the banks versus the heart. 8:55 a.m. Warsaw, Poland. PM? 8:55 a.m. 8:55:00 in Poland. Warsaw. Let's see what we get here. Damn, you're right on that fucking cusp. Cusps have to happen. Okay, Alexandra, I have to ask you, how sure are you of your birth time? Because you are born with the cusp, with your first house cusp is on the cusp of Sagittarius and Scorpio. So, Alexandra, you'll have to let me know. It's okay, these things happen. We're still going to do a reading for you. But, have you... Okay, first question. How sure are you of the accuracy of this birth time? Let me know that when you can, Alexandra. Number 2, also, have you ever done astrology before? And do you usually use Sagittarius rising as your rising sign?
You know it's AM. Because 8:55 is, it seems like it's pretty close. But this is the problem. The problem with, can you guys see me here? So it is what it is. We have to expect that these things will happen. So if I go, let's see, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least there's. Thankfully, you were born at a time when the rising sign was moving very slow. So if you were born 9 minutes earlier at 8:46, you'd be Scorpio rising. 9 minutes is a long time. So if your birth certificate, yes, you go with Sag moon and rising. You know, we might just go with Sagittarius. I feel good about it. So this is what I often say, and this is just good astrology shit to teach people, you know? There's lots of things that can, usually when this rising sign is within, like, if it's at like 2 degrees of Sagittarius, or if it's at 28 degrees, anywhere in between those points is sketchy. The reason is because, number one, you know, when the doctor wrote 8:55 a.m. on your birth certificate, was he rounding? Were you actually born at 8:50? And, you know, when, like, we as astrologers usually convey that when the baby has their first breath, that's considered the first moment. But that's generally conveyed as such. So when you're within, like, that close of the rising sign, it can be a little sketchy. Now, thankfully, Alexandra was born at a time when the rising sign, it often happens this way, it's just the angle of the planets where the rising sign was moving very slowly. So you've got the birth time at 8:55. You would be a Scorpio if you were born at 8:46. That's 9 minutes away. That's a long time. 8:55 is a very specific birth time. If it was 9 a.m., we might be sketched out. We might want to get not want to play with it. But it's so specific. It's far away from the 9 minute mark. I think we're okay. I think you're okay to do a reading as a Sagittarius rising. You know, it might serve you well, Alexandra, just for your own sake, to get a birth rectification. A great offering, or a great person that I use, I send all my clients to this lady named Susan Smadi. SUZAN SMADI. I'll put it in here just in case anybody wants it. Susan Smadi does great birth rectifications. So it's something to keep in mind. It's worth, for anybody who might ever want to do a birth rectification, it's a whole process. They look at the transits in your life. This happened at this age. This happened at this age. You left your home at this age. You got this new lover at this age. You got a new job at this age, at this time, at this month. And they zero in on the rising sign based on how your life has been. It's a whole process. I don't do it. It's way too much of a headache for my fucking energy. But some people love to do it, and she does it great. So I digress. I haven't started your timer yet. It's 1:30 right now, my time. Yes, Susan Smadi is a Tropical Vedic astrologer. She has her own channel. That's why I recommend her. I've known her. I've actually done a video with her on my channel. She's great. So let's get our timer going. I'm going to put it for 1 hour. I think we're good to go. Yeah, so let's rock and roll. The time has started. Now, you guys have seen, you know, if we were to look at this on Stellarium, you'd basically see that all the planets are up here during the day. This is very much a day chart, which is a nice thing for the sun. The sun is at the top of the chart, and most of the planets are also up here with the sun in the top of the chart. Venus and the moon are technically a little bit underneath the chart, which is nice because they want to be underneath, but they're like right on that cusp of the rising sign. So they're neither up nor under the horizon. All right, let's start digging into it, Alexandra, and I'm going to say thank you for your patience for me rambling and teaching, I guess. I'm a teacher. I got to do this shit. So the first thing I often look at is what's called the yoga power of planets. It's a combination of certain aspects of Shadbala with the sign that a planet's in. And it looks like Mars and Mercury have good yoga power. Mars is up here in Virgo. It's not Mars's favorite place to be. I'm just going with my intuition here. The Dharkarka is the moon, right on the rising sign. It's interesting. There's probably a bit of relationship orientation there. We have Jupiter Atmakaraka, and Jupiter is falling into Libra with Pluto and Mercury and Saturn. Okay. Ugh, God, this astrology stuff is so much cramming. Would you say a chart that's all above the horizon is a sign of a lack of introspection or privacy in someone's life? A little bit, not always, Zem. But you've got the idea. It's a bowl chart, so the person is going to be focusing most of their energy. This is certainly a bowl chart. Even like beyond the fact that it's all of these planets are squashed into 4 signs, 4 consecutive signs. So that's definitely somebody we're really in the top and ascendant quadrant, right? This is somebody who most of whose energy is in the top and close to the ascendant. So the career can either be oriented towards others or it can be oriented towards self. Not sure what you mean by a bundle, Sandra. I know that there's lots of different ways of conveying these energies. Now, most of the planets, it's very, 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 very interesting chart that we're looking at here, folks. Pluto, Saturn, Mercury, and Jupiter are all square to the nodes. Saturn, especially, being the lord of Ketu, which is Capricorn, being in Libra with, it kind of sucks that Saturn exalted is starving Mercury and Jupiter. So that Jupiter's having a hard time, really hard time, actually. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Saturn and Mercury are doing pretty okay by being in the sign of their friend, Libra, which is the friend is Venus. Oh, wow, interesting. We have another mutual exchange. Jupiter is in Libra and Venus is in Sagittarius. We're going to have to talk about that. Saturn is exalted in Libra. And when Saturn is exalted, it's going to give strong energy towards whatever it touches, which isn't necessarily always bad. When Saturn aspects its friends, or Saturn aspecting anything, can be a really good thing. But anything that's conjunct Saturn is going to get starved. It's going to get harmed. Saturn is exalted Saturn. When a planet is exalted, it's lajatadi avashtas. Its conditions that it inflicts on other enemies and friends is exaggerated. So Saturn is exalted in Libra. It's strongly starving Mercury. Although Mercury is pretty strong, though. This Mercury's fine. This Mercury's totally fine. Saturn is fucking more than fine. Damn. Wow, this is a very interesting chart. Saturn, as the South Node Lord, is just doing damn fine, being delighted by Mercury, its friend, Venus, its friend, by being in the sign of Venus, and it's delighted by Jupiter. So Jupiter and Saturn have this thing going on where Saturn starves anything it's conjunct. Jupiter delights anything it's conjunct. So I know that this is all just a lot of jargon that I'm throwing at you here, Alexandra. I'm going to start bringing it into a reading specific for you, but it's necessary to unfold these things. Jupiter is delighting Mercury and Saturn. It can only do so much, though, because it's not in a strong sign. But Saturn is starving Mercury and Jupiter. Mercury overall is being delighted by Jupiter, and it's in the sign of its friend Venus, and it's got some good yoga power. So that Mercury is not really hurting too bad. I would even suspect that there's some interesting yogas going on with Saturn. The killer happening here is Jupiter. And, okay. All right. It's all coming together, folks. I wonder if anybody can see what I'm looking at here. This over here is our, I might have to move my little screen. Nope, you guys can see. So over here, what I'm talking about, this is our Karakas. And we can see the planet with the highest degrees in the chart is Jupiter. Jupiter is the Atma Karaka. And very similar to our last reading, but a little bit different. Jupiter, being the Atma Karaka, is involved with a sign exchange with its enemy, Venus. And Jupiter is getting just totally banged up by Mercury and Saturn here. And Pluto is only intensifying the matters. Now, it's actually kind of a nice thing that this is happening square to the nodes, but it's a lot of tectonic pressure going towards this Jupiter. So let's just take a peek at Shadbala here. Okay, at least it's got okay Shadbala. Venus is very strong in Shadbala. Saturn is, just like with so many of the things in this chart, Saturn is really the strongest in Shadbala as well. Oh, I see. Wow. You were born at a time when Saturn is in a specific place with Sthanabala. So you've got a Saturn that's a bit like mine. You got Saturn coming out of your ears, my dear. Like it's just pouring out of your pockets. So you're a very Saturnian person with the nodes in the Saturn Cancer axis. So let's bring it all together here. Saturn is a real saving grace in this chart. But like it so often happens, when Saturn is a saving grace. When Saturn is the angel in a chart, what happens is that the person knows that their bread is buttered on the side of security. I'll be safe first before taking any risks. I'll be safe first before following my destiny, before listening to my creative intuition, especially because Saturn is starving Mercury. The soul might have intuitions where you know what's good for you in your life and what's not. Mercury smells when something is fishy. When you've got a relationship that is, especially because, we're talking about a Sagittarius rising, Saturn is starving Mercury, and Mercury rules the 7th house, as well as the 10th house. When there's a job, when there's a relationship that smells fishy, that doesn't feel quite right, Saturn is probably going to have a hard time either manifesting it or letting go of it once you're holding on to it. Saturn is going to hold on to relationships and careers that don't work in order for Saturn to do what it does for all the people that Saturn in Libra loves to do things for. Mercury is still okay in this chart, but, so with Mercury, we're going to see when Mercury smells that there's something that's not right, or when Mercury smells that something would make me happy. There's something that I'm not doing that would make me happy. But Saturn says, you can't go and explore that because you have to stay safe You have to stay safe in your safe little world, your little safe place that you've created for yourself through Saturn, through the connections that you've made through Saturn and Libra in the 11th house, the connections with people. You're building your name for yourself as somebody who is well regarded in your career and the world around you. But more importantly than Saturn starving Mercury, Saturn starving Jupiter. And so the first thing to say is that because Saturn rules the south node, and Saturn is very strongly placed, it's very incredibly delighted. It's delighted by being in the sign of its friend Venus. It's delighted by its friend Mercury. And any planet that's in the same sign as Jupiter is also getting delighted. Jupiter can only delight so much because it's not in a happy sign. But so this Saturn is extremely delighted. The world is going to give you opportunities to ground yourself in healthy ways, in ways that will bring you security. You're probably good at finances and understanding the bottom line of financial reality. Hello there, Rishab. Welcome. We're just doing a chart reading for our friend Alexandra right now. So Alexandra, you are about 43 years old. Yeah, just like our last person. Probably going to be turning 34 in this coming October, which means that you are right in the North Node lessons period. There's a lot to say there. Relationships are going to be very important for you. You have the nodes in this relationship axis. Now, the big key thing that I would say as an astrologer right away, it's very obvious to me, the big key thing going on with this chart is that while Saturn is something good for you, that's what that's what side your bread is buttered on, the security. I'll be secure first and then I'll think about my soul after. You've probably got plenty of opportunities where you learn through Saturn and Libra how to be of service to people who will keep you secure and keep you above water, learning about finances and things and opportunities that are going to secure your career as well as your personal finances. Saturn ruling the second and third house down here. And even that will progress you in your career. Rishab, this is our last reading for the day, my friend. Our next cold readings are going to be the fourth Sunday of the month. Every second Thursday and every fourth Sunday. If you want, you can also email me at my email here, and I will be able to do a chart reading for you if you should just so feel like it. Because I do private readings as well. But I'm just sticking to my reading for Alexandra here. Saturn has a lot of good for you that's going to bring you this career-driven mentality, and that will be important for you. I don't think it'll ever break. You got a really blessed Saturn here, dude. Dudette, my friend. Dude for me is genderless. Pluto being there is going to be a weird thing. I don't think I'll ever worry about you getting into hot water in terms of existential crises, in terms of not being able to pay rent and stuff like that. Although you might feel fluctuations of this regard because of the axis of Saturn and of Capricorn and Cancer. But your Saturn's okay. The problem is, in this chart, Pluto is amplifying everything going on here. Now, let's just get to the fucking nugget of it, of what we all sense me moving towards, if you guys are Tropical Vedic astrologers like me. What's going on with Jupiter here, and why is it important? First of all, I'm going to just bookend this. We know that Jupiter is the Atmakaraka. So what's happening with Jupiter? It's also worth noting that the 11th house is a very, very unstable house to have a stellium like this, especially with Pluto there. It might do you well, if you should ever feel like it, Alexandra, to look up my Pluto in difficult houses video. I have a video discussing Pluto in the difficult houses, and the 11th house is one of them. We're going to talk about the 11th house. We're going to have to. But let's get to the root of the matter here first. Jupiter is the Atmakaraka. Jupiter rules this chart, not only with the Atmakaraka, but it's also, it's the rising sign. In my brain, I'm like, probably should have said that first, if anything. But the rising sign and the Atmakaraka, it shows that Sagittarius and Jupiter are very key dimensions of the personality of this person. It's been a real Sagittarian kind of day. Our last person, Dream, also had a lot of Sagittarius energy. So even before we get into what's going on with Jupiter, Alexandra, the metaphor that we used in our last chart reading is useful for you as well. Sagittarius in Vedic astrology is not a centaur. In Vedic astrology, Sagittarius is a man with a horse. And the man and the horse have to combine together. If the man, horses don't trust everybody. Not everybody could just go along and be like, oh, I see Native Americans and cowboys. They just get up on the horse and they ride it around. It's probably so easy. They go, come on. They slap the horse on the side. Come on, let me jump up on you. And then they try to climb up, and the horse is like, get the fuck off me, and kicks them off. Not everybody can just wield and tame a wild horse. It takes a person who can let go of their human, logical, rational reasoning and blend into the animal nature of the animal world. There's a psychic connection that needs to happen with a man and a horse in order for the man to ride the horse, in order for them to work in harmony. In Avatar, the movie with the blue guys, where they've got the blue sticky thing and there's a thing on their heads and they attach it to the flying animal, and then they become like their nervous systems get tied into one. It's a beautiful, beautiful image there. It's because those avatars, those blue guys, are very connected to the animal world, to the nervous system, to the neurology, to biology. Sagittarius has this sense of this. They have to attach the blue thing of their logical, rational, philosophical higher order of human evolution and attach it to the biological nervous system of the horse, of their bodies, of their genetic material. You want to conscript your genetic material to fly to the will of your spirit. But they have to listen to each other. The human can't whip the horse into shape without getting kicked by the horse. And the horse can't be as happy. Remember, think of a wild horse running wild and free in the forest. It wants to just run wild and free. And I'm sure, Alexandra, you probably have some of this energy. You want to just run wild and free and be yourself. You're probably someone who reminds people of the importance of being wild. You're probably hilarious. You've got the moon and Venus and Neptune in your rising sign of Sagittarius, and Jupiter is your Atmakaraka. So you're probably like a joker, and you probably know how to make people smile and to make people laugh. This is Sagittarius, is that the humanity does not diminish the animal nature, and the animal nature does not diminish the human nature. They go together, they harmonize, they work out with each other. Furthermore, the image of Sagittarius, remember, it's the mutable fire sign. Aries is us digging into the world. Awesome, Alexandra. Thank you for commenting. Aries is us digging into the world. Leo is us creating something from that. But in Aries, we're not listening to the world. We're not combining with the world. With Aries, we're just taking from the world. Then we take from the world, we create it through Leo as the fixed fire. And then Sagittarius is the mutable fire, where we blend our spirit with the world outside of us, with the wisdom of those who have come before us, of philosophy, of philosophers, of astrologers, of sages, and of just people who have wisdom that we hear, Jupiter, sound, ether chakra, the wisdom that we hear in our workplace, in the world around us. Mutable, meaning like movable in a way. Really, the cardinal signs are the most mutable. Cardinal is mutable, fixed is fixed. Mutable finds the balance between myself and the world outside of me. So that's why Sagittarius, as the 9th philosophical, as the mutable fire sign, it needs to blend. It's essentially taking the higher order of metaphysics and bringing it down to humanity. Everyone who's got big Sagittarius karma is an evolutionary agent. I should have said that to Dream. Dream, if you're still here, this is worth you reckoning for yourself. Anyone who has big Sagittarius karma, like you especially do, Alexandra, is an evolutionary agent. It's not just because you're Sagittarius rising with all those planets there, but it's also because you are Jupiter at Makaraka. And this evolutionary agency desires to tame the horse of other people and of yourself in order to apply it to what we call dharma, to some disciplined yet joyful experience. Something like a musician whose Venus likes to play music and enjoys it. And there's two different types of musicians. There's Beethoven and there's Mozart. Beethoven is Venus. Beethoven cries, his tears soak the piano because he's just having an orgasm of an emotional experience playing Moonlight Sonata. And it's just so drenched in emotional energy for him. Mozart's different. Mozart is like Mozart is an expert. He's a genius. And he doesn't have the same emotional quality that Beethoven does. Mozart loves to just be an expert at what it does because it's pouring with talent and love for the thing that it's into. You are a Jupiter at Makaraka person. You've got to find what Mozart is to music. There's something that you need to find for yourself as a Jupiter at Makaraka person and as a Sagittarius Swamsha person. Sorry, you're not Sagittarius Swamsha. You have Sagittarius rising, and you are Jupiter at Makaraka. I'm just going to peek at your... interesting. All right, we're going to speak to that in a moment. But the main picture here is that you are Mozart to something in life. And just like how Mozart was this genius, and he had to take his genius and apply some kind of discipline to it, Mozart was a beautiful... I'd love to look at Mozart's chart and see what his Jupiter's all about, or whatever he's got going on. But Mozart, when he wrote, he never made mistakes. That's what everyone was like, wow, look at his writing when he writes these musical notes. He doesn't make mistakes. He just sees it in his head and writes it out. But people taught him, and he was frustrated by it. The horse in him wanted to just play on the piano all day. But someone came along and said, Salieri, the Italian guy, all the different people who saw his talent, yoked him to a higher order. You have to do this for yourself, Alexandra. You have to find a human who will take your horse and whip it into shape, but in a joyful way, in a way that you want to be whipped into shape. Just like Mozart wanted to get better at his craft. He wanted to be good at music. So we got teachers who slapped his wrists whenever he did wrong so that he could be better at this thing that he loved. Metaphorically and philosophically speaking, this is true of something that you love, but this is also true of your life. You might even find with Mercury as your 7th lord and Jupiter ruling the 4th house, even with the 8th lord of Cancer, which is the moon, being in Sagittarius in this 1st house. There's a lot of interlays that show that your relationship with a man or a woman or whoever you're into is probably going to be involved in this, where it's like your father. You know, your father was somebody who could whip you up into shape and tell you the hard things that you need to hear more than anybody else could, ideally. That's what a father is supposed to do for all of us. It's be the one person, just like our mother. Our mother and father are the people who will tell you that you got spinach in your teeth and that you're on a road to hell and that you better stop now before you get into even more shit. Parents would be an important part of the reality of the equation of this chart. In any case, having somebody, you know, I'd like to ask you at this point, Alexandra, let me know if you identify as a woman, and if you could clue us in on your sexual orientation. Your relationships are important for you. See you, Silver. Nice hanging out with you, buddy. Alexandra, relationships would be important to you, and we do see that signified in this chart for a few reasons. So if you could let us know, are you interested in men or women or both? That would give us that would make it a little bit easier for me to orient myself towards your relationship karma, if you should feel like talking about that. If not, then I'm just going to talk about relationships in general. See you, Marina. Nice seeing you, darling. So, Alexandra, whatever relationships you get into in your life are going to be sort of involved in this frustrating thing where you're probably going to attract relationships where you're the horse and they are the human. And they are this human who's trying to tame this wild horse and whip you into shape. And you're going to see them as God, as guru, as this important person who helps me to ground myself in what's deeply true and important for me, and helps me to get on path with my life. Again, in the same way that a father would. Now, if you've had trouble with your father in your life, that would be a signification that you're interested in men. Thank you, Alexandra. Now, if you had trouble with your father, this would show that you're also going to have trouble with men, because two things would happen. First, you're going to find men. This is especially relevant because this is a good thing to get into. You have this mutual exchange going on with Venus and Jupiter, and Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. So this is very worth talking about here. Two things are going to happen for you in relationships. First, you're going to get in relationships with men where, okay, I'll put it to you this way. If you have a good father in your life, you're going to be attracted to men who are like the good qualities of your father. And they're going to push you to be your best. And that's going to be frustrating, just like it's frustrating for the horse to be yoked to a higher order of evolutionary being. It's going to be frustrating, but you're going to know that the man in your life is ultimately, you attracted him because you seek to be a better person. You seek to be stronger. What could also happen, though, is that the frustration of being with a man who feels like they're better than you, or who pushes you to be something that you're not, or who, especially what's tricky for you, you've got Jupiter in Libra with that Saturn and Pluto there. You might feel like, yeah, with a very disciplined father. That's very interesting. So you grew up with a disciplined father. That's very clarifying and interesting in our reading. So because you have Jupiter with Pluto and Mercury and Saturn, by the way, Mercury and Venus and Saturn are all starving this Jupiter, and Pluto is amplifying it. Okay, so you and your father don't necessarily see the world similarly. Now you've got to dig that as a woman, women really attract their husband through their Jupiter. And Jupiter, for all of us, relates to the father in a lot of ways. Now, what's likely the case is that what you're saying, you're probably going to attract men who are also, especially because Saturn is squashing your Jupiter, you're going to attract men who are strict. Essentially, you might have a little bit of this horse energy, and you're a little bit wily, you're a little bit scattered sometimes, not exactly sure what you want to do with your path in life, but you like the freedom of being a horse. I'm this wild horse. I'm Sagittarius. Woo! I get to do whatever I want, and I get to party, and I get to have the fun that I want to have. And throughout early years in your life, you probably did a lot of this, and it drained you. It didn't build a life that you wanted to build, and it was probably because your father was strict. Once you got out of the house, woo! Party on, Wayne, party on, Garth. But that felt like a waste of time for you. So then you started to you got to find a balance between partying and having fun, but working hard to develop a heartfelt, meaningful path in life that's going to make you proud of who you are and going to make you feel like you're Mozart and you created music or something that you got really good at and fell in love with and went really far with. Relationships are probably, they constrict this. But at the same time, you probably want to be in a relationship because you have the nodes operating on the Cancer and Capricorn axis, and your North Node Lord, Cancer, that's the moon, is here in the first house. Oh, and the moon is starving Venus too. Yeah. So relationships are going to be this way of draining your desire to do what you want to do in your life. And you have to make peace with it because I don't think that it would be good for you to run away from relationships completely. But what's going to happen is you're going to attract men who, you don't want to party. I partied when I was too much when I was young. In my 20s, I partied. Now I want to have purpose in my life, especially now at age 43 when you're going through the Rahu return. You're going to want a relationship where the man is the human who pulls you out of being a horse. You're not a horse anymore. You are not just an animal. You are also now a human who has to use your intelligence, use your gifts, like Mozart, and put yourself to something that is going to make you feel happy and satisfied with who you are and the skills and talents that you have. And you're going to attract a lover, a man, who says, I see the talent in you, and you need to push yourself to be the best person that you can. And the frustrating reality for you is that because Jupiter is starved by Venus, and it's mixed up with this interaction, Jupiter's in Venus's sign, Venus is in Jupiter's sign. What's going to happen is that your man, who's this strict person like your father, you're not going to like that he's that strict. You want to be the horse and run free. And now this human has come along and said, okay, he grabs you, he puts a harness on you, and he says, get out there and plow those fields. Get out there and do something with your life, just like your father did. You attracted a man who would tell you that. So all the men that you attract, they're going to be one of two things. Early in your life, you're going to attract men who are idiots, who are just dumbasses, and they're the opposite of your father. They're not strict at all. They party just like you do. You have lots of sex and lots of enjoyment, probably. I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to tell me. This is just me being an astrologer and, trying to figure this out. I think that with this situation, your Jupiter probably, at first, you attract partners who have a lot of fun. They're a horse too. You're a horse and they are a horse. The problem is both of you want a human who will take you out of the forest and put you on a plow in the farm so you can be yoked, so you can be united with a higher evolutionary order, a spiritual order. So your life is more meaningful than just running free. You create food, you are a gardener of God. Divinity is using you as a tool for its ultimate creation. And you want a partner who encourages you to be God's tool. You want to be the hands of God and create a garden of beauty, justice, and abundance and happiness in your life, because that's what God wants. That's what divinity, that's what the universe, that's what the cosmos, that's what Vishnu wants, is bliss from nature. Just like the bees make honey, the flowers make flowers. Look at that. Who taught them to do that? You have that within you, and you in particular want to be the hand of God. So you have to find a balance between being a horse, but also being a human. The human, in the natural order of things, has gifts of intelligence and talent that the horse does not. So you're going to find men first who are also horses. They're idiots. They don't know how to be evolutionary. They don't know how to be spiritual. They don't have any philosophical purpose. But you're going to be attracted to them because they're not like your father. They're not strict at all. They like to drink and party just like you do. And they're going to bring you down. It's possible that you might have even attracted lovers at this time who have soul bonds with you. Because you have to understand that it's okay that you attract these lovers. There's still love. Something that Ernst Wilhelm taught me is that love does not need to last forever in order for it to be a success. You might even find a man who is undisciplined, and you teach him, but you need to kind of teach each other. The man is going to be the human for you, and you are going to be the human for the man. You're both bringing each other up higher. That's a good partner for you. It shouldn't be the case that you are the human and you go and be Sagittarius and you work very hard and you try to get a good career, and you come home and your partner doesn't help you to be higher. He doesn't help you evolve. Sometimes your partner will teach you to relax, but sometimes he will put the harness on you and get you to work hard like Mozart at something meaningful in your life. I think when you become more evolved, you're 43, so you must be going through this now. This is right in the moment. Your North Node is maturing. So you're right in the moment where you're learning about what love means to you. You're learning about Cancer. And right now you're learning the lesson of what love is supposed to be for you. And so you have to be discerning. You have to learn to get what you can out of the partner that you have. And don't let them drain you. You have to learn to communicate. Thankfully, you've got a good Mercury. And I don't fear for your Mercury. What I fear for in you is you have such a deep desire to experience love from your father that you never got, or, your Saturn is okay. So you might have even had a good early childhood experience with your father. But mainly with Jupiter being so starved by everything here, you might feel like your talents, your intelligence are not appreciated. And so you want to be loved in an animal way. You want your partner to think you're sexy. You want your partner to see that you can bring in money with this 11th house. You want your partner to feel like you're valuable. But all these things don't satisfy your craving. What you want is to be respected for your purpose, like Mozart, who gets to be a musician. You're like Mozart, and you never work on your music. Instead, you just go and try to be a good, sexy, passionate person in your relationships. You try to be a good wife by being there for your partner, by helping them when you might even go and do work, at jobs that aren't that satisfying for you. when what you really seek is to be loved for who you are. You want to be loved for what you can do, for your talents, and for your joy and your wildness at the same time as for your... Are we back? Looks like we're back. Thank you very much to Kanyu and Lucas. Might still just take another moment. Yep. Are we in now? Live again. Thank you, Lucas, and thank you, Kanyu. So, Alexandra, I've been spending a lot of time talking about how Jupiter is such a key part of who you are. And the partners that you attract are going to bring you up or they're going to bring you down, but it has to come from within you. Jupiter is something that comes from within you. You might be a little bit too addicted to how your partner affects you. With all this stuff happening in Libra, Jupiter's helping it. It's like instead of being loved for the things that bring you joy, that's Jupiter. Jupiter is delighting everything in the 11th house in Libra, but they are stomping on Jupiter, which means that you find a little bit of joy by, instead of following what gives you joy, it's like there's something, you could be Mozart, but instead in your mind you're like, instead I'm going to do some things for my job. The people in my job love me because I'm always there. Like, this is the type of person who's like, you know, like, well, I used to work at a pot shop, and when somebody would call in sick, I've got a good Saturn too. So if somebody calls in sick, I'll be like, yeah, guys, I'll do it. And I did it because you and me both have a good Saturn. You have a great Saturn. So partly you do it because that solidifies your position, right? Oh, the boss would never lose me because I'm always there. When everybody else is sick, I come in and I help out. I don't have Jupiter involved with this, though. For you, you actually love to be there for people who are supposed to come in today, but they can't, and you're there. You're there and you're ready to help out the boss. You know, this kind of energy, this Jupiter being there for everybody else to help out in moments where people need to pick up that slack and you're there to pick up that slack. You're busy picking up other people's slack instead of being Mozart. And at some level, this is part of who you are. But there is a need for you to find happiness and be respected by your lover for what you actually are. And the desire that you might have, because Jupiter is so starved, you might feel like you don't get enough love from your partner. And it's because you don't put in effort to finding that love in your partner. Now, your partner might be a bit of a dry person like your father is, but that is the person you've attracted. At some level, you need to find this love inside of yourself, but you're a woman, you're the goddess in this relationship, which means if you want some kind of love, you want to be appreciated by something from your partner, you have to tell them. They're not a mind reader. Your partner's not a mind reader. And you have to make time to do things to build on what you love to do. You know, if you want to go sailing with your lover through Morocco, you got to get into sailing and you got to tell your lover, one of these days, I've been learning Moroccan. I've been learning how to sail. You don't need to know how to sail, but let's do it a bit together. Let's learn how to sail with each other so that we can hold hands and fly the high seven seas in Morocco someday. We'll do it a few times in our life. That, you want to be appreciated for being able to do something like that. Not necessarily the sailing thing, but something. Playing music together, going for walks together and telling stories about your favorite thing. Sharing, watching movies together. You know, whatever it is that gives you your Jupiter joy, you need to ask your husband or your partner to be a part of it with you. Make time for it in yourself. and then make time for it in your partner. Ask your partner for it. In order to do this, you need to communicate. You need to work out a lot of Pluto and Libra energy. You know, all this stuff happening in the 11th house, that's something we got to talk about pretty much next. But all this stuff happening in Libra shows that you're thinking too much of the other person and not thinking about yourself. This is the starvation of Jupiter in Libra. You aren't advocating for your soul's needs. And I got to tell you, because Jupiter is your Atmakaraka and it's your rising sign, you are somebody whose vibrance and exuberant energy of the horse who loves to run free. You know, why do humans use a horse? Because horses are strong and they love to run. They eat their food and they love to run. And it's the love for running that the humans will let them out of the pen and they'll just run around and run free for a little bit. Just it's like orgiastic. It's like sexual. It's like, I'm just going to go out and get this fucking thing out. And they come back to the pen and then they can be a good little horse and pull the plow. But the horse has to be allowed to do what the horse wants to do. If you don't get love and appreciation for your Jupiter joy, it's going to disturb the whole root of everything in your chart. It's going to disturb your Atmakaraka. It's going to disturb your rising sign. So you need to be appreciated and loved for who you are. And in order to do so, you have to advocate for yourself in your relationship in balance with what you do for your partner. And if this is difficult for you, you got to look up whatever's happened in your childhood in the second house that's stopping you from advocating for your own needs. It might very well be a Saturn thing. The feeling that, like, you know, oh, I don't have time to advocate for my needs. I got too many responsibilities. Well, right now, the North Node is maturing for you at 43, right? At 36 years old, which for you would have been about 7 years ago, you would have came into the first realization that your soul love, your Mozart, your music is important to you, and that all of your responsibilities are stopping you from doing what gives you soul joy. And now, 8 years later, the North Node is maturing fully in the 8th house of Cancer, and we're relating to the moon, relating to the soul. So this is a moment where you are learning that love, because this is a relationship axis. Cancer and Capricorn are yin. Fire and air is what we do. Earth and water are what we are and what we have and who we have. So the nodes on a Cancer Capricorn axis is a relationship axis. This means that relationships are important to you, and the North Node is bringing out relationship energy related to everything that we're talking about. So right now, you are learning that the soul love that you have not fought for and fit into your life is actually going to harm you if you don't take care of it. You know, you might say to yourself, oh, but I don't have time to. But there could be gold over in them hills. We all stay in the K2 castle, the South Node, until the castle is forced. The castle's falling apart and crumbling. Your castle will never really crumble, but there will be a thing inside your soul that says there's more to life than just security and responsibilities. And the soul love that you want to experience with your partner is one of them. You need to truly know how to love. In order to do that, you need to find love for yourself through Jupiter. One key mystical part of this is that Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. The truth of our soul needs to have a world outside of itself that taps into our soul. So you need to advocate for the love that you seek and fit it into your busy responsibilities in your scheduled life and all the responsibilities of all the things that you do for other people. You need to advocate for your soul love. because you think right now, you see, the human nervous system operates on a rational, functional, metaphysical science. And you think, oh, it's more, my emotions are not scientific. My soul desires, those aren't rationally going to serve me. But as an astrologer, I invite you to consider, especially because you're Jupiter Atmakaraka, you're not stupid when it comes to metaphysics. You know that the soul's psychological desires are going to set up release valves that release your existential angst, which will actually allow you to perform better in all of your responsibilities. So I think you're probably over encumbered with responsibilities. And I think that love is going to be a key way for you to realize how to advocate for yourself. But you need to tell your partners, you need to tell the people you love that my soul needs are important to me and that I want to manifest them. And then they are going to start doing the painful thing of doing what your father did, which is, well, all right, honey, you've set the cat's out of the bag. You said to me that your love is important. So now we have to start scheduling it in. Okay, honey? So Friday night, we're going to go out and we're going to do something together. Now you're pinned in. Now it's in your schedule, which is what you need to do. You need your partner to bring you out of the security of Saturn. But you need to tell them to bring you out of the security of Saturn and into the heart of Cancer. You need to tell them that that's good for both of you because you are the goddess in your relationship. You are the one. The man is not going to think about it. You are the one who needs to say, you and me need to work together to make our souls just as important as our livelihood. If you don't advocate it for yourself, your husband's not going to do it. So the first step is your husband, your boyfriend, or any potential partner. You have to come to them in the beginning saying, I'm a spiritual person and love and destiny and my soul happiness is important to me. You need to advocate for this. If you don't, then the wheel will turn. You'll stay alive because you got a good Saturn. But you won't get as much abundance as you could. Because when the horse is strong and full of its own vital energy, it gets something called luck. Jupiter's the luck planet. And you are a person who should be thriving on luck. But ironically, your Atmakaraka and rising sign have a very starved lord. So you might not operate on the luck. You think about luck, but you don't invest as much time into it as you should. You need to make it a priority to get lucky through soul joy. You need to make it a priority to get lucky through soul joy. You need to make it a priority to get lucky through your soul's joy. Your soul's joy will bring you luck if you prioritize it. Which means that you have to let go of some of your responsibilities, let go of some of that bottom line, of that debt, of whatever it is, whatever reason that you're so addicted to security through Saturn. Make your soul joy a priority, and you will get greater opportunities and abundance. People will come to you not because you'll be there when they're sick, but they'll come to you because you are Mozart, and you have skills and talents that people can appreciate and find more value in than just being there on a sick day. Now, one of the difficult things about this chart is that this big stellium is happening in the 11th house. You might also find, if you've heard me talk about the 11th house, it can be difficult because what they say about it is that it brings this a certain egotism, which what happens with it is that you get overly attached to doing good, to being seen as doing good in the world, to succeeding, to achieving high achievements. All that stuff in the 11th house with Jupiter especially being wrapped up in it, you might never feel like you are good enough for your partner or like you've developed enough value for your partner. And at some level, you've got to let go of other people's expectations of yourself and what you're supposed to be. Because this is happening in the 11th house, some part of you, just like with the last guy with Dream, you're very vulnerable to overthinking how people perceive you. You're very sensitive to what other people think of you. You shouldn't let that go crazy, but it is part of your destiny to do something that will make you feel like you're not a piece of shit. There's some part of your destiny that wants to prove to everybody that you have done some good that you can be proud of. So that's part of your reality. Don't be too obsessed with it, but don't neglect it completely. Ultimately, when you find that everything you do is your own destiny's plan, it won't matter what other people think. When you let go of what other people think, you will automatically do things that impress them because you've got karma in the 11th house of gains and career status and achievements. So you're already going to do things that make people impressed. But when you play to the peanut gallery, when you play to the people, you know what that's what David Bowie famously said. Don't play for the peanut gallery. Don't play the music that other people want you to play. Play the music that you want to play. That's what got David Bowie to be such a great, powerful musician. He wasn't doing dinky little cover songs. He wasn't doing pop music that everybody wanted to hear. He did music that he wanted to play. So don't play for the peanut gallery. Don't play for what other people want you to do. Play for what your soul wants you to do. Find the career, find the lover, find the destiny that you think is going to bring you the most appreciation for what is inside your soul. Then the attainments will come. Because I think you got a very good 11th house here, but there will be the pain of feeling like I didn't do enough. You'll always especially feel like I didn't get enough love from my partners. Because you have to balance partners with career in a way. But that will probably just be in your head. Any other woman who's looking at you probably would say, I wish I could have accomplished all the things that she did. But you're in your own shoes saying, I didn't get to do what this person did. I didn't accomplish this much. I wasn't as good a lover as this person. I wasn't as good in my career as this person, as my fellow employee. I didn't get to do as much as these other people did. Even though other people are looking at you and saying, wow, look how much you accomplished. We're pretty much, I got 5 seconds yet. So that's it for our hour. Now, we've still got a little bit of time. I want to tie this all together with one last reading. It's going to be similar to what we did with the last one. So, Alexandra, I hope that this has been good for you. You've been here and you've been giving me a little bits of comments, so I feel good about it. But let's do one little last reading here. This is the exchange. Now, this is, again, we're looking at Parivartana Yoga. This is when, oh, awesome. Very true. You work as a teacher like your father did, but you really wanted to pursue photography and be a Mozart of your own way. Well, you've got to find a balance here. Awesome. Amazing, Alexandra. I'm glad. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I kind of went off on just my own flow, but I think it went where it had to go. So let's do one last reading. Not of a birth reading. This is the last. Alexandra is our last birth reading for the day, folks. Now, I want to read this from Parivartana Yogas by Alan Anand. Again, this is when we have Jupiter is in Libra and Venus is in Sagittarius. So what we have here, this is one of the Maha Parivartana yogas. So this is a big, powerful yoga. So the lords, again, are in a 3 and 11 relationship, but this one's a little bit better than the last one. There's a lot of positive things to be said about it. Now, here, so for Sagittarius, Libra is in the 11th. From Libra's perspective, Sagittarius is in the 3rd house. So the Lord of Libra is in its own 3rd house, and the Lord of Jupiter, the Lord of Sagittarius, is in its own 11th house. So there's a 3-11 relationship between the 1st and the 11th Lord. But this is considered to be a positive, fame-promoting aspect. Yoga, I should say. I'm just going to fix up my chat here. So, because of this configuration, with one of the participants being an Upachaya house lord, that's the 11th house lord. So Venus, an Upachaya house means that it's going to get better over time. The 11th house is difficult through our early parts of our lives, and then it begins to get easier, especially once you learn what you're trying to do with your career. You begin to get money for it, typically. Money as well as fame, recognition, which means doors open for you. So we expect results to be commensurate with personal desire and effort improving over time. It's a little bit tough because Venus is doing better than Jupiter is here, but Jupiter is going to make this reading a little bit damaged, or it can't fully take advantage of the yoga. But the yoga is still here. This native has much virtue. They're scholarly, patient, and persevering. They have a strong constitution and they work hard so that they enjoy a long and productive life. This person achieves their hopes and desires, especially in the matter of wealth, which they earn through fair means. This is because the identity of the 1st house is involved with the 11th house. The 1st house is a sacred, special house. It's one of the fire houses. It's our own nature involved with gaining our wealth here. And because it's coming from our own nature, it's not as easy to... There's a dharma here. There's a virtue here. We're being our own selves in what we do to gain wealth and reputation. The person with the 1st and 11th yoga has a lot of friends, including those of the opposite sex, with whom they form close relationships. Their social circle includes people from business, political, and artistic backgrounds. Elder siblings, the 11th house, will be near and dear to them and treated as best friends, older sisters and older brothers. And their siblings will undertake frequent short journeys. This person is eloquent with words and could be a writer. They're also adept at handling money. Professionally, they could be a financial advisor, an investment fund manager, a group facilitator, a team builder, a political bagman, or a fundraiser for social causes. So there's definitely lots of opportunities for positive financial things involved in a yoga like this. So keep your mind on it and keep your eyes out for all these group things that you could be doing, again, as possible ways for which you have intelligence with money and with dealing with other people in social groups, connecting the right people in right ways to be regarded as a social interlinker. You know, this relates with 11th house and Aquarius stuff, especially you having that huge stellium there. This will involve you in ways, again, it's you doing this, wielding this, investing in funds, investing in social media, investing your time in this, which is all business stuff that's going to hopefully help you with your career. This is all stuff that you have in your belt. It's a part of who you are. And your lovers, any relationship you get in, has to recognize this as part of your skill set and part of your dream. but it's not all of your dream. This business-oriented things, you have a desire to expand yourself in this way. Just remember that don't let the glimmer of the jewel take away the jewel. Don't let the light shining off of the jewel take away from the jewel itself, which is you. It's your soul, your joy. Don't sell the sizzle, sell the steak, right? Don't get caught in the glory of it all. The glory belongs to Ishvara, the divinity. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. And that thine is your soul. It's yourself. It's what the universe seeks joy through you as the hands of God. So don't let your Mozart play music for a business so that, you're just writing songs for the peanut gallery. Someone comes along with money bags and says, hey, if you just play crappy music for my little patio for the rest of your life, you'll never have to work again. But you'll never get to do the soul music that you truly want to do. You got to find that balance with your photography. If that's part of what you want to do, it might not be what side your bread is buttered on. You might not get famous as a photographer. But you got to go out there and do what you want to do with your photography, because Saturn has made it, I think personally, that what you do for a living is probably not going anywhere. You're too smart for that. You're never going to let go of what gives you your basic survival and living. But what you could let go of is the meaning of it all, and you shouldn't. Do that photography, develop emotional connections with your partner so that you can enjoy doing something together with them, because they'll be a key part of what stops you from you doing what you want to do. Make peace with your relationships, make peace with your career, and make peace with your spiritual desires. This is true for all of us, but I think it'll be probably something that I'm channeling is what you need to hear from this chart reading. Right? So gosh, as usual, my brain could go so many places with astrology, but we've already gone for a long time here, folks. So what do you guys say we call it a day? We've already been at it for, quite a while. So, Alexandra, thank you so much for volunteering to have your chart read with us today. And thank you to everybody for hanging out. And, we've had people hanging out with this whole time, watching this video, supporting while we did this reading for Alexandra. So I hope you guys all enjoyed it. Oh, amazing, Marina. So let's call it a day, folks. I got to go eat some food. I'm going to go eat some lunch. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the session. Alexandra, everybody, let's give her a nice Dumbledore clap. Golf clap. Thank you so much, Alexandra, for allowing us to practice our love for astrology with your chart. Thanks, Dream Synopsis, for hanging out with us. Now, for everybody watching, I always like to throw my stuff out here. If anybody would ever like to do a really in-depth chart reading with me, I only do these cold readings, and you can only get so much out of it when you do a cold reading like this. If you do a real session with me, you'd be able to get a lot more out of it. I'd be able to spend 3 hours, 2.5 to 3 hours with you going deep. And for everybody who's watching, I don't know why that keeps giving it. It must be, whatever. I'm about to send a link for my PayPal as well. And again, don't feel obliged because I just love doing this astrology stuff with everybody. But if you should feel like it, the donations do go a long way in my life. I already got a big one today by Kimberly. God bless her. But I digress. Thanks for hanging out, folks. My name is Dustin Cormier. This has been another episode of How to Rock Astrology. I think next week we're going to redo Libra Rising, because when I first started doing my stuff, it was Thank you, Zem. I appreciate that recommendation. When I first started doing my rising sign videos, I wasn't fully in proper form. And Libra was the first videos I did. So we're going to redo Libra rising next week, next Thursday. Keep your eyes peeled for, I'm going to start doing these cold readings every second Thursday and every fourth Sunday. For the people who haven't been able to come to the readings because they're busy on the weekend, we're going to be doing them on Sundays as well. There's probably going to be more or less people. I don't know. We're going to find out. As well, I'm also writing books. I've always got stuff going on. So I love you all. Mwah, mwah. I hope you guys enjoyed your holiday season. More fun astrology stuff to come. Thanks for watching, and thanks so much for hanging out with me, everybody. And thanks to our volunteers.